7 strokes, and then she settled into 34 strokes a minute, which it appears is going to be her base pace all the way through this race. In second place is the boat in lane 6, Megan Hinkle from Greater Dayton. Miss Hinkle finished 4th at last year's regatta, so obviously she wants to get on the podium this time. She's the only boat that is connected with Claire Campbell as we approach 500 meters. Behind those two, it is an awesome race going on between 3 boats. At the top of the race course, we're using lanes 2 through 7 today. So lanes 2, 3, and 4 are all separated by about a foot. In lane 2, it's Caitlin Gildersleeve from Episcopal School of Dallas. In lane 3, Miranda Nicolin from Long Island Rowing Club. And in lane 4, Kendall Fearnley from Seabase. Kendall Fearnley finished 2nd in the time trial, and she was the other winner of the semifinals. So the winners of the semifinals here are going to be in lanes 4 and 5 this morning in these A finals. Looking back up front, Claire Campbell has now a seat of open water at 650 meters in this girls' single final to crown a national champion in this single event. And you can see it's just a little bit of open water, a little bit of breathing room over Megan Hinkle in lane 6 in that blue boat from Greater Dayton. And Hinkle has a little bit of open water back to now the solid 3rd place boat is that boat from Seabase from Newport, California, Kendall Fearnley in lane 4. She has moved away from the ladies just above her in lanes 3 and 2. It looks like 4th place is the white boat all the way at the top of the race course, Caitlin Gildersleeve from Episcopal School of Dallas. Maybe has a couple of feet on Miranda Nicolin from Long Island. So it's anybody's race here still. Only about 4 boat lengths in these singles separating these top 5 ladies. Also in this race in lane 7 is Bridget Kennedy from Narragansett. She finished 3rd in this event last year. She's off the pace just a little bit, but she's going to get the benefit of being close to the beach as she comes down near all the spectators. And so we'll see what kind of speed she has in the second half if she can get back into this race. But up front, it's Claire Campbell still in control. You can watch her come through the water and then really let her boat move under her before she comes back up to take another stroke. I have her at 29 strokes a minute. So she certainly is not having to expend a ton of effort in terms of how fast she's rowing. And at 1,000 meters, she has a full length advantage over Megan Hinkle from Greater Dayton. But here comes Kendall Fearnley. Kendall Fearnley, I think, wants to dominate the middle of this race. She's been the biggest mover here, and she now has an overlap that she did not have about 300 meters ago with Megan Hinkle. So Kendall Fearnley up there in that Seabase, she's rowing in a black shell with white blades, and she has just a slight overlap here with the boat in lane 6, Megan Hinkle, who's sitting in the silver medal position. Behind them, it is just a back and forth race. Whoever's in the water is leading between lanes 2 and 3, Caitlin Gildersleeve and Miranda Nicolin, but there is a bit of open water between 3rd place, Kendall Fearnley, and those 2 boats behind her in lanes 2 and 3. Looking back up front, Claire Campbell in total control of this race right now as she approaches 1250 in that yellow boat she's rowing with white blades. Her unisuit is black, and she is looking at the rest of the field. She has a little bit more than a boat length of open water. And coming through the red buoy line at 1250, your 2nd place boat here, Megan Hinkle from Greater Dayton, again trying to get on the podium. She just missed out last year, finishing 4th, but the big mover continues to be the lady in lane 4, Kendall Fearnley from Seabase. She now is only a half a length behind the single sculler from Greater Dayton, Megan Hinkle. And as we approach 500 meters to go, and before I hand it off to the finish line tower, we are going to have a great race, it looks like, behind Claire Campbell for 2nd and 3rd, with a lot of speed being shown right now by Kendall Fearnley. But Megan Hinkle in lane 6 from Greater Dayton is also at a relatively low rating, so it should be a great race between those 2 boats for the silver and bronze medals behind Claire Campbell. I'm going to give it to you at the finish line. This is the women's single at the 2017 USRowing Youth Nationals.
First of the championship races for the day for the 2017 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. Good morning, everybody. Glad to have you along on the web and on the beach as we watch these athletes come down the course, with Claire Campbell from New Canaan still leading in the first championship race of the day, the women's single. Also, Kendall Fearnley and Megan Hinkle battling it out right behind her for the top 3 spots. Claire Campbell doing a fine job right now, having been leading almost from the beginning. But again, as David said, there is plenty of water left for strategy to come into play. The schedule today, A finals. First thing this morning, 6-minute centers. Every 6 minutes, a championship race coming down the water here at Nathan Benderson Park in Sarasota, Florida, as we celebrate the Youth National Championships. And as they come to the beach, it's still Claire Campbell from New Canaan in the lead over Megan Hinkle from Greater Dayton. Kendall Fearnley from Seabase trying to make a move as well as they move towards those red buoys and the finish. It's Claire Campbell in first, Megan Hinkle in second, Kendall Fearnley in third, Miranda Nicholin and Caitlin Gildersleeve fighting for that 4th spot, with Bridget Kennedy also trying to stay with the pack as they come to the finish line. But a nice row from Claire Campbell from New Canaan, perhaps our first gold medalist of the day, as they come down the water here at the park. And for the first race, quite exciting. It looks like Kendall Fearnley and Megan Hinkle beginning to battle it out for that silver medal, but it looks like Claire Campbell from New Canaan still maintaining the lead. "20 meters to go. Claire Campbell from New Canaan, the first gold medalist at the 2017 Youth National Championships. Here comes Kendall Fearnley from Seabase in second, and it's Megan Hinkle from Greater Dayton in third. A big push now coming from Miranda Nicholin from Long Island. She's coming in fourth, and there comes a big push from Bridget Kennedy at Narragansett, trying to catch up with Caitlin Gildersleeve from Episcopal School of Dallas, but it is Caitlin who crosses first, and Bridget Kennedy in sixth, the first championship race of the day. The next race already on the water, it's the men's single. In lane 1, Connor Donadio from GMS. In lane 3, Thomas Satterwhite from Narragansett. Lane 4, Gregory Kane from Mile High. In lane 5, Drake Dool from Dallas United. Lane 6, James Wright from Germantown Friends. And lane 7, Doran Finley from Redwood Scullers Stanford Center. Down to David Wyant for the call in the chase car.
A couple of feet as we come through 750. In lane 3, we have Thomas Satterwhite from Narragansett. He finished 4th last year in this event. He's in a blue boat. Above him in lane 4, Gregory Kane from Mile High. Also right with them is James Wright from Germantown Friends in lane 6, and Doran Finley from Redwood Scullers in lane 7. And as we saw yesterday in the semifinals, the gentleman in lane 5, Drake Dool, who is sitting in 6th place at the moment, is now starting to move. He keeps a pretty low pace, or a slower pace, maybe just a consistent pace, frankly, in the first 500. He doesn't worry about allowing these other scullers to get ahead of him. And this gentleman owns the under-19 United States record in the erg at 6:07. Pretty unbelievable. And here he comes. He is moving now. This is just a tremendous race. At 1,000 meters, we have about 5 feet separating all 6 boats here from lanes 2 to 7 in this grand final of the men's single. And here comes, as I said, Drake Dool. He is almost your new leader. He's pushed from 6th place to 2nd place in the last 400 meters. And they are all still trailing Connor Donadio, who has a full length up there in lane 2, trying to go start to finish from GMS. But here comes Drake Dool in his yellow boat in lane 5, white blades. He has pushed ahead of the gentlemen who were really vying for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. But we have 5 boats still connected behind your leader, Connor Donadio. This is just an amazing race. These guys are really putting it out, and it's going to come down to the last 500 meters. Generally, it's the 3rd 500 where we really try to figure out who has the fitness level to win a race like this. But everybody is still here, and everybody is still within 2 boat lengths of your leader, Connor Donadio. He's at 1,300 meters, 700 meters to go, trying to go start to finish and win the men's single. Behind him in 2nd place, a deck ahead of 2 other boats, is Drake Dool from Dallas United in lane 5. Behind him, a slight 3rd place, is the gentleman in lane 4, Gregory Kane from Mile High. He's got about a foot on Thomas Satterwhite from Narragansett, who has about 2 feet on Mr. Wright from Germantown Friends, who then also has about 2 feet on Doran Finley. That's how close it is. We're talking about a boat length separating about 5 boats here behind Connor Donadio. But here comes Drake Duell. He is really starting to challenge that gentleman who's been out in front the entire race. I'm going to give it to the finish line. This is a tremendous race for the men's single. Connor Donadio out in front. Here comes Drake Duell and the rest of the field.
Exciting racing indeed in one of 18 championship races. Gold medals today on the championship Sunday morning of the 2017 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. Drake Duell giving Connor Donadio a run for his money, but every boat in this race is still in this race as they are 500 meters to go. Drake Duell from Dallas United, handily winning his semifinal yesterday, looking good as he enters this final section of the race. But look at those boats, almost straight across. Connor Donadio still with a slight advantage, but only the slightest over Gregory Kane from Mile High, James Wright from Germantown, Doran Finley from Redwood, Thomas Satterthwaite from Narragansett, and Connor Donadio trying to stay in the lead as they come into the finish stretch in the men's single championship race here at the 2017 Youth Nationals. Almost even coming across the beach. Amazing sight to see these young athletes working hard. Connor Donadio trying to hold on. Drake Duell trying to catch up, as are all the other rowers in this race. Drake Duell beginning to try to sprint, but so is James Wright and Gregory Kane and Thomas Satterthwaite and Doran Finley, all in the fight. Who will prevail at the finish line? Connor Donadio trying to cling to the lead. The other rowers trying to do their part to catch up, but Connor Donadio from GMS looking good. A slight glance to the left, just 30 meters from the finish. Connor Donadio heading towards the finish line, still in the lead with just a touch of open water. It's going to be a race for both the silver and the bronze as they come to the line. Connor Donadio from GMS winning the gold medal in the men's single. It looks like Drake Duell may have come in second, and then Thomas Satterthwaite from Narragansett in third. We'll have to wait and see how it all sorts out. James Wright, Doran Finley, all within almost just a boat length of each other crossing that finish line. Exciting stuff, and it will continue all morning long. The A finals to begin with, B finals after that, and then the 1C final we have before the D finals, all between now and noon here at Nathan Benderson Park. The youth women's double on the water right now. It's Upper Natoma in lane 2, Miami Beach in lane 3, South Jersey lane 4, Cambridge lane 5, GMS in lane 6, and Redwood Scullers in lane 7. To David for the call up at the 500-meter mark.
2 boats. It's the ladies from Miami Beach, the Larder sisters up in lane 3, and right in front of us in lane 6, the boat from GMS. So in lanes 5 and 6, we have 2 crews that are the exact same crews that were in this grand final last year. The boat in lane 5 from Cambridge, it finished third. They got the bronze medal last year in this event, and the boat in lane 6 from GMS was 5th last year. Both of them are in the mix here. 4 boats at 750 have pushed out from the other 2. It looks like lanes 2 and 7 are having a battle here for 5th and 6th place as they come through 750. Lane 2 is Upper Natoma, and lane 7 in front of us is Redwood Scullers Stanford Center. But your leader continues to be the boat in lane 4 from South Jersey. These ladies are in a white boat with white blades, and they have about a half a length on your solid second place now is the boat in front of us from GMS. The GMS ladies are also in a white boat. It's a Hudson. They have white blades, white visors, and their unisuits are light blue and pink, and they are showing a little bit of speed here. They've got about a half a length on really too close to call for the bronze medal right now. The ladies in lane 5 who got the bronze last year from Cambridge Boat Club, and then the Larder sisters from Miami Beach up in lane 3. So we have connection between places 2 through 4 as we come through 1,000, but there's only one boat that is connected with your leader, South Jersey, in lane 4. South Jersey has moved out a little bit from these 3 boats that are fighting one another. One of them is going to be left out of the medals, but this is another just tremendous race this morning on this flat water. A little bit of a tailwind here at Nathan Benderson Park in the 2017 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. It is now open water for South Jersey in lane 4. They did win one of the semifinals. So did the boat in lane 5 from Cambridge Boat Club. But right now, the other boat that seems to be moving a little bit is Cambridge Boat Club. They're only a deck down now on GMS. GMS had a little bit more. They had a couple seats more of an advantage for the silver medal over that boat from Cambridge. And now those two are duking it out and have started to pull away from the Larder sisters from Miami Beach in lane 3. So these top 4 boats spacing out just a little bit more as we come through 1250. 750 meters to go for South Jersey to win a national championship. They have 2 seats of open water, and now the race is just unbelievable for second and third. It is stroke for stroke Cambridge and GMS. Cambridge now with a foot advantage in their yellow Empire boat with blue blades over the GMS boat right in front of us in that white Hudson. So it's Cambridge rowing through GMS right there at 1,300 meters. I'm going to give this race to you all at the finish line. It should be an awesome race with the Larder sisters not completely out of it for the medals, but up front it is open water of a half a length for South Jersey. Give it to you.
Indeed, the Scullers flying down the course here in the women's double championship race. South Jersey still in the lead, but boy, watch these boats move. Cambridge and GMS moving right up. Redwood not out of it, nor Miami Beach yet. And also, it's Redwood Scullers trying to catch up and maybe surpass and place here in the championship race in the women's double. But right now, South Jersey is still out ahead, but it looks like Cambridge is beginning to make a move, as is GMS. South Jersey was still almost a boat length, but there comes Cambridge and GMS at the same time. Miami Beach, the Larder twins from Miami Beach in lane 3, trying to catch up with those front 3. South Jersey picking up the pace, so does Cambridge, so does GMS. It's going to be a sprint to the finish here in the 2017 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. The women's double coming down to the finish line. Cambridge beginning to walk up on South Jersey. Can South Jersey hold on? GMS trying to keep up with the boat from Cambridge as they come down. Cambridge last year ending up 3rd and GMS 5th. They want to do better than that. They are doing better now, but they want to do the best. But here's South Jersey making a sprint as Cambridge begins to pick up the pace coming to the line. GMS falling off the pace slightly. Miami Beach trying to keep up as well. At the finish, Cambridge with a big thrust. They have caught up. They are walking up on the boat from South Jersey, but at the finish line, it's still South Jersey by a deck with Cambridge in 2nd. And GMS crossing the line in 3rd. Miami Beach and the Larder twins trying to catch up. They will cross in 4th. Big sprint from the Redwood Scullers crossing the line in 5th, and here comes Upper Natoma for 6th. The top 6 women's doubles in the country crossing the finish line here in Benderson Park in beautiful Sarasota, Florida. Big push from South Jersey fighting off Cambridge, but what a fight that was. Back up to the 500-meter mark where the men's double is on the water with GMS in lane 2, Newport in lane 3, Miami Beach in lane 4, GMS with a fast boat in lane 5, Shenandoah in lane 6, and Jacksonville in lane 7.
Whoever is in the water is leading. I actually have GMS going up with their rating just a little bit from where they were. They're at 35 now to try to stay with Miami Beach, and I've got Miami Beach also up there at a 35. So at 750 we have 2 boats that are just evenly matched. This is going to be a grudge match all the way down the race course, it looks like, between Miami Beach and GMS. Behind them, it is also too close to call between lanes 2 and 6. Lane 2 is the other GMS boat. There are 2 GMS entries in this event. We will see if they can pull off 2 medals for one team. The other boat that's right there with GMS in lane 2 is this boat right in front of us in lane 6 from Shenandoah. Also connected with those 2 boats is the boat in lane 3 from Newport. Newport Aquatic Center in a yellow boat with white blades has some connection here on GMS B and Shenandoah. But out front at 1,000 meters, it could still not be any closer. It is dead heated, absolutely dead heated between GMS and Miami Beach. With 1,000 meters to go, these 2 boats have gone the same exact speed, if you can believe it, to 1,000 meters, and this one is just going to come down to guts, it appears, between these 2 boats, because nobody is giving an inch between Miami Beach and GMS. Unbelievable race. Behind them, your solid 3rd place boat now is the boat in lane 6 from Shenandoah. They're in a white boat. Their unisuits are hunter green. Their blades on the top are white. On the bottom is that hunter green. And they are the only boat that seems to be also moving. Maybe the Newport boat is moving a bit, so we'll see what happens in this third 500 where the lactic acid builds up, starts to really hurt for these athletes, and they don't have the adrenaline of having the crowd next to them for that last 500. We do have a leader now by about a seat, and it's GMS. But as soon as I could say that, the Miami Beach guys felt it, and they brought it right back to even. So GMS smelled that lead. They smelled the lead for about 3 strokes, and now it is dead heated again up front between Miami Beach and GMS. What a race. These 2 pacing each other down the race course. It's now a full boat length of open water back to 3rd place Shenandoah, and that Newport Aquatic Center boat is now in 4th place. They have passed the other GMS boat up in lane 2, and we'll see what Newport can do in the last 650 meters if they can get into the medal picture with this Shenandoah boat. I'm going to give it to you at the finish line. This is just a battle, a back and forth between GMS and Miami Beach. What a race.
And that's what you expect when you have the 6 top rowing boats in the nation in this race. A very tight race, and a tight race indeed, with GMS slightly up right now, tied at the 1,000-meter mark. GMS and Miami Beach. Now GMS asserting themselves. Miami Beach returning the favor. And quite a lineup there for the 3rd place fight with GMS, the other GMS boat, Newport, and Shenandoah. So here they come down into the beach area. Quite a fight shaping up in the men's doubles for this championship race. GMS still has an advantage over the Miami Beach boat, but there's still 400 meters to go. Miami Beach kicking up, but the GMS stroke sees their pace pick up, and they return the favor and pick up their pace. In the meantime, it's Shenandoah who's beginning to assert themselves and have taken over 3rd place. The fight continues on the far side of the course between Newport and the other GMS boat, but up front, what a dogfight it is between GMS and Miami Beach. Miami Beach plunging their oars into the water, pulling hard. GMS trying to stay ahead, but it's a move from Miami Beach coming right now about 50 meters from the end. They are still bow ball to bow ball in this men's double race. GMS maybe a little bit of hitch in their giddy up there. It looks like Miami Beach has passed them now. Indeed, Miami Beach with a deck advantage over GMS. But here comes GMS back, and at the line, it is still Miami Beach by about a foot over GMS. 3rd place, Shenandoah. 4th place belongs to Newport. 5th to GMS's other boat, and 6th to Jacksonville. What an exciting championship in the 2017 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships from Benderson Park here in Sarasota, Florida. A gorgeous facility that has been hosting some exciting racing all weekend long. Glad to have you here, both on the internet and on the beach, as we watch these championship races. There's a short break in the action for those of you just catching up or just tuning in at home and wondering what's going on. Well, the competition was supposed to begin at 8 o'clock, but due to weather, there was some races in the C finals and D finals that weren't completed yesterday. So in order to make sure all the competitors have their chance to place in the national spotlight, they have arranged the competition to begin early this morning. It began at 7:30. We are on 6-minute centers. That means every 6 minutes a race goes off, although right now we do have a short break before the competition continues. When the competition continues, it'll be the women's pairs and the men's pairs before the scullers are back out with the quads in the race. I'm Mark Purcell, glad to be here today in the finish tower. David Wyant in the chase car down on the attenuator. And we have to give a big shout out to our camera people who have been doing a fantastic job all weekend long. Dean Brown and Brent Meyer with the delicious drone shots you've been seeing. Paul Wilkins driving the chase car with Brian Taylor shooting the pictures out of it. Matthew Gonzalez on the finish line camera, and Willie Black with the switching between all the shots and the fretting over all the technical issues. Thanks to this great crew here from US Rowing, bringing you the 2017 US Rowing Youth National Championships. A short break, and then we will be back with more racing, exciting racing. Those doubles were very exciting. Wait till you see the pairs that are coming up. The A finals at the 2017 US Rowing Youth National Championships continue in just a few minutes. we're about to, oops.
Okay, thank you.
Racing is about to resume here at the 2017 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championship after a short break, and indeed the racing is underway in the women's pairs. The gold medal race features High Point Greensboro in lane 2, White Rock in lane 3, Artemis in lane 4, Connecticut in lane 5, Vashon Island in lane 6, and Westerville in lane 7 to David Wyant in the chase car for the call. As they are, well, let's hold on, we'll get to David in just a minute, but a big start here for the boat from Connecticut. They were fairly dominant yesterday in the race, and it looks like they may do the same already. A boat length out in front of the pack. They are being dogged, though, by the boat from Artemis, and Vashon Island is in third right now. High Point Greensboro in fourth, White Rock and Westerville dueling for fifth. But it's that boat from Connecticut that is really making a difference. They were yesterday, they were champions last year and hoping to repeat here in 2017. The boat from Connecticut featuring Julia Cornacchia and Caitlin Canast. They have been very strong and, as I said, dominated the race yesterday, winning by 10 boat lengths. We'll see if they can do the same today or whether the competition will not let them do that. Connecticut in the lead, Vashon Island and Artemis pursuing, then High Point Greensboro, White Rock, and Westerville in that order here in the championship race for the women's pairs. Beautiful morning here in Sarasota, though overcast. There is a chance of rain, but hopefully not till this afternoon. Nice conditions after storms yesterday delayed the competition. We now go to David in the chase boat to bring you up to date as Connecticut continues to lead in the championship women's pairs race here at the 2017 Youth National Championship.
More than 2 boat lengths of open water. They actually broke open water at about 200 meters into this race. I had them at 44 off the line. Then they went to a 38, and they have settled down even lower than that. They went down to 36. Let me see if I can get a rating on them now. This is your defending champion in this event. They're rowing 34 strokes a minute. They're in lane 5 in a black boat with white blades. Their unisuits have a very bright highlighter green color down the sides, and they are trying to win a second national championship in this event. The stroke seat, Caitlin Canast, was the stroke seat of the women's junior pair at Junior Worlds last year for the United States. And this is just a tremendous showing here to 750 by this Connecticut Boat Club pair. In second place is the boat in lane 4. That is the boat from Artemis. Artemis with not quite a full length at 750 over third place, the boat in lane 6 from Vashon Island. So those are your top 3 at the moment. Vashon Island has a small overlap in their white Hudson with bright blue blades. They'll be closer to the beach in lane 6 with that Artemis boat up there. They're rowing. The Artemis boat is a black shell, light blue blades. Behind those 2 boats, sitting in fourth place, is the boat in lane 3 from White Rock. White Rock is rowing a white boat with green blades, and they're trying to hold off the boats in lane 7 and 2. Lane 7 is Westerville. They're sitting in 5th place. Lane 2 is the boat from HPG. Out front and approaching the halfway point already is Connecticut Boat Club. This is turning into a bit of a secretariat at the Belmont situation. These ladies are in utter and complete control. They are 40 meters ahead of the rest of the field. Still second place is Artemis in lane 4. Artemis hanging on to, at the 1,000-meter point, about a half a length advantage for the silver medal over the bronze medal position of Vashon Island at the moment in lane 6. And then there continues to be open water of more than a boat length from the third place Vashon Island boat back to White Rock up there in lane 3. So the race within the race that's really going on here, medals-wise, is this race between lanes 4 and 6. It is Artemis still hanging on to a half a length over lane 6 Vashon Island. Vashon Island making a little bit of a move here. I'm watching their bow push up just a tiny bit. They maybe took a seat there over about 5 or 6 strokes. And they're working with their rating a little bit. They just took it up slightly to see what they can do to challenge for that silver medal. But at 12:50, 50 meters now ahead of the rest of the field is Connecticut Boat Club. And they are just putting on a show here, really a clinical row. And they want to win this thing again, and they want to do it by a tremendous margin. They are rowing away with this as Connecticut Boat Club. Absolute dominance from these two ladies. 60 meters ahead of the field now, as they approach about 1350, 1400 meters into this race. Behind them, still connected, are these two boats for silver and bronze. It still is Artemis in lane 4 ahead of Vashon Island in lane 6. And the boat in lane 3 from White Rock is finding a little bit more speed. They are much closer than they were. It was about a boat and a half of open water from the third place Vashon Island boat. It is now only a boat length of open water. So we'll see if White Rock can get into the mix in lane 3, but I'm going to give it to you at the finish line with just a dominant performance right now with 500 meters to go for Connecticut Boat Club to win another national championship in the women's pair.
Indeed, barring any mistakes, it is a fight for the silver medal here in the championship race for the women's pair, with that Connecticut boat in the lead by a substantial margin. But Vashon Island and Artemis dueling it out to see who may get silver and bronze. And in the meantime, White Rock beginning to walk up a little bit, and the High Point Greensboro boat and Westerville boat also trying to keep up. But Connecticut just dominating right now. Again, the 2016 champions in this race. And they are putting on a clinic right now as they row that pair down the course. Very pleasant 77 degrees here with overcast skies in Sarasota. Nice rowing weather, not too hot, not too cold. Nice flat water, unlike some of the water yesterday after the storm blew through, but we're hoping for a clear competition today as we are on championship morning at the 2017 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. The women's pair on the course now, the men's pair coming down. From here on out, races every 6 minutes in this championship. Some exciting racing already this morning and more to come, but as they enter the red buoys, it's the boat from Connecticut in the women's pair dominating this gold medal final. The boat from Vashon Island and the boat from Artemis continuing to duel to see who will get silver. Everybody being ranked today nationally. How fast are you? And we will find out. But crossing the line, a substantial margin, almost 70 meters in front. It's the boat from Connecticut winning the gold in the women's pair. Now the battle for silver is on, and Artemis is pulling ahead of the boat from Vashon Island. Vashon Island digging in, trying to catch up, but it looks like the boat from Artemis is going to come in for the silver. In the meantime, it's the boat from White Rock trying to catch up with Vashon Island, but it will be Vashon Island for the bronze in the women's pair. Here comes for fourth place, the boat from White Rock, and then a big surge from Westerville here at the end. A big surge from Westerville, and they pass the boat from High Point Greensboro, so it's High Point Greensboro in 6th and Westerville in 5th in the women's pair here at the 2017 Youth National Championships. Now to the men's pair. In lane 2, the Olympia area. In lane 3, Newport. In lane 4, Row America Rye. In lane 5, the fast qualifier Commencement Bay. In lane 6, it's Capital. And in lane 7, it's Aquatic Center. We'll have David continue the call now as the race is about 500 meters in.
Aquatic Center. So those are your 6 boats, and your leaders are coming through 850. And really challenging for the lead now is Row America Rye. So they took a big move there over about 200 meters to reel in Olympia area. And your new leader is Row America Rye in lane 4, black boat. Blades are blue, white, and red from the top to bottom. And they have a deck now on Olympia area. And going with the boat from Row America Rye in lane 4 appears to be the boat from Newport Aquatic Center in lane 3, but these 3 boats are now fully connected to one another as we come through 1,000. It is half a length for Row America Rye over Olympia area, who has half a length on Newport Aquatic Center. So very, very close up front for the medals in this boys pair final, and then we've got about a length and a half of open water back to these 3 boats connected in lanes 5, 6, and 7. Interesting. We'll see what kind of speed is in the second half for this boat in lane 5 from Commencement Bay that won a semifinal yesterday. See if they can get back into the medals mix. But it is actually 2 boat lengths of open water from 3rd place right now, Newport Aquatic Center, who is starting to move, and they are actually doing a great job of moving through Olympia area right now. Your new 2nd place is Newport Aquatic Center. They went at about 1,100 meters, and they have now taken over the silver medal from Olympia area. But again, there's a big gap, almost 2 boat lengths of open water from Olympia area, sitting in 3rd place at 1250, and the rest of the field in lanes 5, 6, and 7. Up front, we will see if Newport can find some more speed and try to catch Row America Rye, or if these gentlemen from Rye, New York are going to row away with this thing and take home a national championship. 1350 into this race. It's a slight overlap now with Newport Aquatic Center pushing their bow in there, making it interesting up front with Row America Rye, who has led this thing from the get-go. It is a full length for Row America Rye as they hit 1,400 meters. I'm going to give it to you, Mark, at the finish line. This is the men's pair grand final, Row America Rye over Newport Aquatic Center and Olympia area.
Been watching that boat from Newport on the move all the way from the 750. They have just been hauling down the course, trying to reel in Row America Rye. Olympia area trying to maintain contact there. Surprising that Commencement Bay, the fast qualifier, is a couple of boat lengths back in this A final for the 2017 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. It looks like Row America Rye beginning to feel that pressure from the boat from Newport, as they are 400 meters from the end. Olympia area trying to maintain contact with those front 2, but boy, it is Newport who has been walking up, running down the course, and now they are reeling in Row America Rye. It will be an exciting finish here in the men's pair championship race. In the meantime, Marina Aquatic Center beginning to move up on Capital and Commencement Bay. Commencement Bay finding some speed and staying ahead of the track. A little bit of steering issues from Capital, but they're back on track. But out front, it's a battle between Row America Rye and Newport. Row America Rye fending off Newport. Newport beginning to pick up the pace as they glance to the left to see what the competition's doing. They dig deep, trying to find the speed to pass, and look at Newport pouring it on. In the meantime, Row America Rye beginning to see that challenge, coming up to the challenge and trying to face it. But here comes Newport. Newport with 50 meters to go, beginning to haul, and Row America Rye with the bow seat glancing over to the right. They keep looking at each other, trying to see who will do what. It's bow ball to bow ball with 10 meters to go. Who will get it? It looks like a strong effort from Row America Rye and Newport, but I think Row America Rye may have the advantage. We'll have to wait and see what the referees think. In the meantime, a battle for third shaping up right now between Olympia area and and the boat from Commencement Bay, but it does look like Olympia area came in third, with Commencement Bay in fourth. Then it's Capital in fifth and Marina Aquatic Center in sixth in the men's pair championship race. Wow, what a finish there. We'll love to see that photo finish and see exactly how close that race was. It was less than a foot. From the sweeps to the sculls now, the women's quad on the water in their championship race. More than 500 meters in, it's New Canaan in lane 2, Saratoga in lane 3, Y Quad Cities in lane 4, very fast yesterday in their qualifier. Narragansett in lane 5, the fastest of the bunch. Seattle in lane 6, and Row America Rye in lane 7, and they are bunched together just past the 500 meter mark, right in the center of the course, lanes 4, 5, and 6. Take it away, David.
Kind of four-peat up there in lane 4. Their the 3-seed in that boat was in the women's double at Junior Worlds last summer. But your leader is the boat in lane 5 from Narragansett. Narragansett's stroke seat also has some international experience rowing in both the under-23 women's double as well as the women's single at Junior Worlds the last 2 years. So we've got some serious international experience and firepower. That Y Quad Cities boat has also made an appearance at the Women's Henley Regatta in England, and it is very, very close up front now. It was about a little more than a deck advantage when we first picked them up at 500 for Narragansett. Now it's less than a deck between Narragansett and Y Quad Cities. In third place is the boat from Seattle in front of us in a beautiful gray Hudson, white blades. And they have a pretty commanding third place position right now, but they're starting to lose touch with these top 2 quads that are stroke for stroke. Could not ask for a better race at 850 meters in this women's quad race, and in fact, it was about a deck and a seat for the ladies from Narragansett from Rhode Island in lane 5. It is now a lead for Y Quad Cities. They have put the hammer down in lane 4. They now have a deck over Narragansett in lane 5, and these 2 quads are rowing away from the rest of the field. Seattle still sitting in third place in lane 6, but the other boat that is moving and really is starting to press Seattle is the boat in lane 3 from Saratoga. As we come through 1,000 meters, it is a 3-seat lead for Y Quad Cities up there in that yellow boat, white and red blades for Y Quad Cities, and they want to do it. That was the move that they wanted to get the lead, and now they want to take it all the way to the finish line and take home the trophy for the 4th year in a row. But here comes lane 3. Lane 3 is Saratoga. They finished second in this event last year at Youth Nationals, so they have a lot of experience, and they are starting to really challenge that good start, that good first half of the race that we got from Seattle in lane 6. So those 2 boats are connected, but at 12:50, coming through the red buoy line, it is Y Quad Cities still out in front. They were overstroking Narragansett there for a minute. They're at 35 strokes a minute now as Y Quad Cities. Narragansett is at 34.5 or 35 as well. So these 2 boats still connected, and it's going to be a dogfight all the way down, but they are really pulling away from the rest of the field. It is an awesome race for first and second, and an equally good race for the bronze medal between Seattle, who has a half a length right now on that really hard charging boat up there in lane 3, the white boat with the black and white striped blades from Saratoga. I'm going to give it to you at the finish line mark. Y Quad City is trying to do it 4th time in a row. They have about a half a length on the boat from Narragansett.
With one of the Sheris sisters stroking, boy, they have a good chance. In the Y Quad Cities boat, lane 4 out in the lead, and boy, what a pretty shot of Y Quad Cities and Narragansett side by side with all those young athletes working together, feeling the power in their oars as they move the boats down the course. But Y Quad Cities with a slight advantage over Narragansett right now. Saratoga moving up and may have passed Seattle already. They are kind of neck and neck right now for that 3rd place spot. And don't discount New Canaan over in lane 2, or Row America Rye in lane 7. They are hanging on to, a little bit of a problem with Row America Rye. They've gone askew, righting the ship there, but out front, and a very confident looking Y Quad Cities. I said Sheriff's, actually Phillips is a stroke there. Rolling down the course and now extending their lead over Narragansett. Y Quad Cities beginning to power up, and they are powering down the course into the red buoys in the finish. And there comes Narragansett trying to fend off both Seattle and Saratoga. Saratoga and Seattle will be the two. I think they'll be battling for the bronze, but a little advantage to Seattle right now, but coming to the line to win the gold, hopefully, in the women's quad in the championship Sunday morning race here at the 2017 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. It's Y Quad Cities by an open water boat length. If they can make it to the finish in the last 20 meters, here they go. 3 strokes from the end, and Y Quad Cities is a gold medal winner of the 2017 Women's Quad at the Youth National Championship. Narragansett wins silver, and now the battle for bronze. It is Saratoga beginning to make a move there on Seattle. They are bow ball to bow ball. Seattle with a big push at the end in the last 5 meters, and it's Seattle, it looks like, for bronze. Saratoga right behind them. New Canaan coming and trying to chase, but Row America Rye overcoming a little steering issues, and they cross in 5th. Then it's New Canaan in 6th in the women's quad. The men's quad features Parati in lane 2, the Malvern Preparatory School in lane 3, GMS in lane 4, the fast qualifier New Canaan in lane 5, Space Coast in lane 6 with a very, very fine performance yesterday in the semifinals. New Canaan B in lane 7, 2 New Canaan boats in this gold medal final for the men's quad here at the 2017 Youth National Championships. As they're through 500 meters, it looks like a slight advantage for the New Canaan A boat there in lane 5 over Space Coast in lane 6. Well, actually, Space Coast in lane 6 and GMS in lane 4 going bow ball to bow ball as well. They're all still interconnected. David, tell us about it.
That's in about 4th place right now, but out front is this White Felipe boat from New Canaan in lane 5. They have about a half a length over, it looks like, lane 4 GMS. GMS with a couple of feet over Space Coast, a Florida crew in lane 6. Space Coast with about a deck on 2 boats. The boat in lane 2 from Malvern in their, lane 3 from Malvern in their pink, as well as the gentleman from New Canaan, the B boat, right in front of us in their yellow Empacher with white blades. So it's very, very bunched up here, not as spaced out as some of the finals that we've seen, at least the last few, but it is a pretty solid lead here. In the driver's seat is New Canaan up front in lane 5. They only have about a half a length on that boat from GMS just above them in lane 4. The GMS boat is a white boat with bright blue blades, and they're starting to row away are these two from the field just a little bit. Very, very close between Malvern Prep up there in lane 3 and Space Coast in lane 6 as we come through the halfway point. Really blistering pace here, light tailwind, going to be a very fast time coming across the line for the winner of this event. But these gentlemen from New Canaan, they want to do it the 2nd year in a row, and we'll see what their B-boat has in store, see if they can get on the medal stand again. They're sitting in about 5th place right now here in lane 7, but it's 3/4 of a length for New Canaan now over GMS. GMS also with 3/4 of a length over Space Coast. Space Coast a solid 3rd place now. They have dropped Malvern Prep quite a bit, and they are starting to go. They are overlapped with the GMS boat in lane 4, and they're starting to move is Space Coast. Big old move there from Space Coast in the last 200 meters, and they have really dropped Malvern Prep. Here comes New Canaan B just a little bit in lane 7. They'll be closest to the beach. Malvern trying to hang tough up there in lane 3, and then the 6th boat in this race, which is dead even with New Canaan B, is the boat all the way at the top of the race course from outside of Houston. That is Parati up there in their red boat. So it is spacing out just a little bit more as we approach 500 meters to go. It is New Canaan. They're trying to go start to finish, trying to get on the top of the podium again this year in the men's quad. They cannot quite break the overlap on GMS. GMS up there in lane 4 also has an overlap with the 3rd place boat from Space Coast. Space Coast trying to break the overlap on Malvern, sitting in 4th. So a little bit spaced out, but still a bunch of racing to go. I'm going to give it to you at the finish line. New Canaan over GMS and Space Coast.
Space Coast had a wonderful row yesterday in the semifinal, and they want one of those medals, and you can tell that they are working hard. They want to catch up with that boat from New Canaan. What a fight shaping up there with New Canaan, GMS, and Space Coast, but no boats out of it yet. We learned that yesterday in some of the semifinals. It's the men's quad. The last 400 meters in the championship race for these Youth National Championships. New Canaan, last year, as I recall, had 2 boats on the podium. Maybe it'll happen again this year. We'll see. Does appear Space Coast is slightly off the pace and allowing the GMS boat to be in second right now. Space Coast with a little bit of steering issues heading towards the buoy line, but it's out front. New Canaan stroking confidently and looking good. In the meantime, GMS beginning to make a move. Looks like they're catching up and beginning to make contact with them. In the meantime, a little slip up by Space Coast has allowed both New Canaan B and the boat from Malvern Prep to catch up. Lots of water left in this championship race for the men's quad. New Canaan, feeling that pressure from GMS, begins to pick up their stroke rate. They're beginning to really kick it into the finish line. 40 meters to go in the men's quad championship. New Canaan looking to cover, and here they go. New Canaan, the gold medal winner in the men's quad. GMS will take the silver. Here's Space Coast coming along. They want that bronze, and it is Space Coast crossing the line just ahead of Malvern Prep, which is crossing the line. And, well, I'll tell you, both New Canaan B and Parati crossed about the same time. We'll have to see what the refs think about that in the men's quad. But New Canaan, the gold medal winners of the men's quad here at the U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. From the, I guess you could say, heavyweights to the lightweights, the women's lightweight double on the course right now. In lane 2, Germantown Friends, and lane 3, Narragansett. Lane 4, Redwood Scullers. Lane 5, Y Quad Cities. Lane 6, Y Quad Cities. Those 2 Y Quad Cities, the fastest qualifiers in the semis. And in lane 7, Founders. So we'll have to watch the battle of teammates in lanes 5 and 6 to see what's happening there. In the women's lightweight double, a final here on this Sunday morning. A reminder to visit the Captain U tent if you're interested in the process for rowing in college. The Captain U tent at lunch today, 11:30 to 12:30. Learn more about that rowing in college process. Interested athletes and parents should stop by the U.S. Rowing area and look for the Captain U tent. Also, remember to go and check out some of the great vendors who are spending their time this weekend at the Youth Nationals there in our vendor area. Here we go to the women's lightweight doubles underway, and it does look like the Y Quad City boats, well, at least one of the Y Quad City boats is out front, the one in lane 5. Second place right now belonging to, looks like the Redwood Scullers. Here's David with the call.
They have about 3/4 of a boat length advantage over a boat that is definitely rowing a lower rating up there in lane 4 from Redwood Scullers Stanford Center. Those 2 ladies in a solid silver medal position, and then it's anybody's ball game behind them. There are 3 boats within a couple of feet of one another for the bronze medal. And a crab, unfortunately, a crab there in the bow seat of the boat in lane 3. They are at a dead stop. Is the Narragansett boat, so they just spotted the field about 3 boat lengths. It's too bad in a grand final to see that. But we have 3 boats that are just stroke for stroke here for the bronze medal. All the way up in lane 2 is the boat from Germantown Friends. And then in front of us in lane 6 and 7, in lane 6 we have another Y Quad Cities boat. So they're trying to put 2 boats on the podium here as Y Quad Cities. And then in lane 7, we have the ladies from Founders in Dallas rowing a really beautiful looking Felipe right in front of us here. But out front, it is half a boat length of open water for Y Quad Cities in lane 5, their A entry. Still hanging on to second place. And like I said, really letting the boat run on the recovery are the ladies from Redwood Scullers Stanford Center in lane 4. The other the other boats, the boat that seems to really be moving here of the 4 boats behind Y Quad Cities is the other Y Quad Cities boat. They're starting to move just a little bit here, and it is very close now for the bronze. I'm going to give it at the moment to the orange bladed boat up there from Germantown Friends in lane 2, but it's only a couple of feet over Y Quad Cities B in lane 6, and still with a solid connection on both those 2 boats is the boat here in lane 7 from Founders in Dallas. As we come through 1,000, it is almost a full length of open water now for these ladies from Y Quad Cities. The stroke seat almost not even keeping her head up at the catch, because she is just really trying to get her boat moving and keep the bow seat moving with her, and they're doing a great job of it. Very high rating. You see it a lot of times in these lightweight events, a little bit more than the heavyweight events, and it is working wonders because they have a full length of open water for the gold medal right now. And here comes the Y Quad Cities B boat. They have now taken the bronze medal position in lane 6 over Germantown Friends up there in lane 2, and we will see if they can challenge and they can do something like New Canaan did in the men's quad last year and maybe go 1-2 Y Quad Cities. But still a solid 4th place, and by no means am I counting them out, are these ladies from Redwood Scullers Stanford Center. If anything, they want a semifinal. And they certainly have some speed, as well as the fact that they, like I said, are at a relatively lower rating in comparison to the other crews. Let me get them here. They're about 35 strokes a minute. So they're letting the boat move, and they probably are going to have something left in the tank here for the finish. 1350 or 1400 meters here for your leaders, Y Quad Cities, out in front in lane 5. Like I said, black boat. They have about a length and a half of open water now back to Redwood Scullers Stanford Center, and then it is Y Quad Cities B entry in lane 6, also in a black boat, and they have a full length advantage now on Germantown Friends up in lane 2. So it's starting to space out as I give it to you at the finish line. Y Quad Cities over Stanford Center, Redwood Scullers, and Y Quad Cities.
The Y Quad Cities boats qualified at the Midwest Junior Rowing Championship for this Youth National Championship. The A boat in first place with a time of 8:19, and the B boat in second place with a time of 8:34. And right now, boy, that A boat with Morley and Evans there in lane 5 really showing what they have and putting the power into the oar as they stroke through the water. It's Y Quad Cities A boat in the lead right now, but being pursued by both their teammates in the B boat and the Redwood Scullers right now in this championship race for the lightweight doubles. Y Quad Cities, coached by Peter Sherris, well known for their fine sculling abilities, and they are really showing it right now in both the A boat and the B boat. 200 meters from the gold medal for the Y Quad Cities A boat in this lightweight double category. Redwood Scullers looking to be on the podium too, pressing forward, trying to fight off and fend off the other Y Quad Cities boat. Boat from Narragansett trailing the field after that early bobble, stopping dead in the water. Has to be very heartbreaking to reach the championship final and have one little mistake ruin it all. Redwood Scullers beginning to move forward, but Y Quad Cities A boat still in the lead, 50 meters from the gold medal in the women's lightweight double here at the Youth National Championships. Morley and Evans from Y Quad City win the gold, and here's the Redwood Scullers with silver. Y Quad City's B boat crossing for the bronze, and a big push from Founders right now, catching up and passing the Germantown Friends. Maybe, I don't know, that may be a photo finish there for the boat from Founders for fourth place. The fight between Founders and Germantown Friends for fourth place. And then here comes Narragansett, the championship race for the women's lightweight doubles. The men's lightweight doubles almost halfway through the course right now. Lane 2, it's Seabase. Lane 3, Brophy. Lane 4, Amadeus Academy. Lane 5, West Cambridge. Lane 6, Seattle. And Lane 7, Miami. David has the call in the men's lightweight double championship final.
Blade. So up front, this is a very close race. One of the closer races we've seen all morning for the gold medal. It is a half a length for Seattle Rowing Club in lane 6. They're in a white boat. I think it's a Vespoli with white blades. Their unisuits are primarily a blue that stands out. They've got a little bit of orange, maybe some navy blue and white on the sides. And now they're getting a big push here from the boat in lane 4. That boat in lane 4 from Amadeus Academy is moving. They have now put themselves in second place. They have passed the boat in lane 5 from West Cambridge, and they are challenging for the lead. It is stroke for stroke, a couple of feet separating lanes 4 and 6, Amadeus Academy and Seattle Rowing Center, as we come through halfway. And just to let you know how close this is for the medals, the boat in lane 5 from West Cambridge, the Niles brothers, are literally only about 3 or 4 feet off the pace being set in front of them for that gold medal. So there are 3 boats here that are going, and they have moved away from the rest of the field. 4th place is the boat in lane 7 from Miami Rowing Center. Miami Rowing Center with almost a connection on the West Cambridge boat. It's about a seat of open water from West Cambridge to 4th place Miami. Up front, it is just stroke for stroke. Let me see if I can get stroke ratings. May give some understanding of what might happen in the last 500 meters of this race. Seattle is only at 33 strokes a minute, very low in a lightweight boat. And then up there in lane 4, Amadeus Academy about 34 strokes a minute. So nobody really with much of an advantage here at 1250 in terms of the effort to go in and out of the water, in terms of how fast they're rowing. And they are just stroke for stroke continuing down this race course. Amadeus maybe a seat now, which is only a couple of feet over Seattle. And staying connected with both boats continues to be the boat in lane 5 from West Cambridge. Those gentlemen won one of the semifinals, as did Amadeus Academy. Amadeus now moving. They want to take this thing, and they have shown in the last probably 15 strokes that they are the fastest crew currently on the water. They have now a half a length for the gold medal position over 2nd place Seattle. Seattle with 3/4 of a length over West Cambridge. As I give it to you, Mark, at the finish line, those are your top 3. Amadeus Academy over Seattle and West Cambridge.
Championship Sunday morning in Sarasota, Florida. Nathan Benderson Park, beautiful facility for rowing and water sports. Glad to have you here and watching some great competition in these championship races. These are all A finals that we are watching, ranking all these athletes, the boats 1 through 6 in the nation. Who will be fastest here in the men's lightweight doubles? Amadeus Academy with the lead right now, being pursued by both Seattle and Cambridge. Seattle with a slight advantage over Cambridge right now. Amadeus Academy beginning to lose a little bit of ground to Seattle. Seattle beginning to pick up the pace. Cambridge still in 3rd. A big push happening too with Seabase, Brophy, and Miami. And they are trailing just slightly, but out front, Amadeus glancing over the left shoulder to check on the progress of that boat from Seattle. Seattle just putting their head down and trying to dig in and catch up and pass Amadeus here. 60 meters from the finish line. Amadeus digging in, trying to dampen the charge of Seattle. Seattle picking up the pace, though. 20 meters from the end. Seattle beginning to walk up on Amadeus. Amadeus trying to dig in and help at the finish. Oh, tight. Hard to call between Amadeus and Seattle. What a race that was. Amazing. Amazing performance from Seattle. In the meantime, stroking across in 3rd, it's the boat from Cambridge. A nice showing there from Brophy in 4th. And a fast move from Miami at the end, trying to catch up with the boat from Seabase. Hard hard to call it there. Seabase doing a fine job at the end with a big push, and then Miami followed by Brophy at the finish. But boy, hard to call gold medal finish. Amadeus and Seattle will have to see what the refs think when they call it for the men's lightweight double gold medal. Amazing, amazing race. From sculling to the sweeps again, the women's 4A final on the water here at the 2017 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championship. They're just off and have begun to duel already, and it is a fight between Capital and Dayton shaping up at the moment, with Saugatuck in lane 2, Three Rivers in lane 3, Row America Rye in lane 4, Capital lane 5, Dayton lane 6, and St. Louis in lane 7. Almost one full boat length lead for the two leaders, Capital and Dayton right now, with Capital number 1 and Dayton number 2, but all the boats tightly pushed together. We'll see what David thinks as they cross that 500-meter mark.
Three Rivers, lane 4 is Row America Rye, and lane 7 right in front of us is St. Louis. St. Louis finished 5th in this event at last year's Youth Nationals. So out front, it is Capital. They row out at Lake Natoma, and they want to win this thing. They have 3/4 of a length now as we approach 750. They're in a white boat with white blades. Their unisuits are green on the top, black on the bottom, white hats. And these ladies are continuing to row away from second place Dayton. Dayton is in a rowing, what looks like a pocock here in front of us in lane 6. It's got some blue piping on it. They're also rowing with white blades, and they're trying to hold off the field, but the field is starting to catch Dayton a little bit. Up there in lane 3, starting to make a push, is Three Rivers from Pittsburgh. They have pushed their nose out just a little bit from the other 3 boats that are right with them. It looks like lanes 2 and 4 are also going, with lane 7 dropping back just a little bit. Lane 7 is St. Louis. Lane 2 again is Saugatuck, and lane 4 is Row America Rye. So 5 boats connected behind now open water for Capital. Capital trying to win this thing and trying to put some distance between them and the rest of the field as they hit 1,000 meters. To the halfway point. Your leader, your gold medal position boat is the boat from Capital, and they have a seat of open water back to Dayton. Dayton's still hanging on to second place, where they have been since we picked this race up at 500 meters. And Dayton's advantage for the silver medal is only about 3 seats over the boat all the way up in lane 3, that boat from Three Rivers. Three Rivers with about a deck on both lanes 2 and 4. Saugatuck in lane 2, Row America Rye in lane 4. What a race here. Only a deck behind those 2 that I just mentioned is St. Louis in lane 7. So we still have 5 boats connected here behind Capital out front. Capital with 2 seats of open water now back to Dayton. And all of these boats are really fighting. As soon as I think Dayton is dropping back just a little bit, they find a bit of a push to continue to hold on to the silver medal. But man, this is going to be a great race to the finish line for the medals behind Capital. Capital, the class of the field, to 1,300 meters, 700 meters to go for a gold medal in the women's 4 with Coxon for Capital. But behind them, it is 5 boats, and any permutation of these 5 could take home the silver and bronze medals. Big push there. And now possibly, yes, in second place now, your new second place is Three Rivers up there in lane 3. They maybe have a foot or 2 over this boat from Dayton in lane 6, who has had the silver medal all the way to this point. I'm going to give it to you at the finish line, Mark. What a race we've got going on in the women's 4 with Coxon. It is Capital out in front in lane 5, a length of open water back to too close to call between Dayton and Three Rivers, with 3 other boats connected to them.
Exciting racing here on this championship morning in Florida, Sarasota, Florida, at the 2017 U.S. Rowing Youth Nationals. A bit of business before we find out how this race shakes out. If you are parked on the West Shore, those are the cars you can see across the water as you're watching the race. If you are parked across this on the West Shore Road, World Championship Drive, if you are on the pavement on the road, you need to go and move your car. There's a sheriff sitting over there who will be writing tickets in 15 minutes if you are parked on the pavement. So if you want $1 jillion ticket for parking on the pavement. You can just leave it there, but you better get over there and move it because the sheriff's not very happy about it. Once again, cars on the West Shore, World Championship Drive, if you're parked on the pavement, you can go and park over in the mall and come over. That way you can do it legally and not get a ticket. But meanwhile, back to the race. Capital's putting on a clinic here in the women's fours. The A final at the Youth National Championships. Open water lead, but what a battle shaping up for the silver right now. There's Three Rivers, there's Dayton, there's Row America Rye, all in the mix right there. St. Louis and Saugatuck trying to chase them down as well. Capital with a big move in the middle of the race has asserted themselves and has an open water lead. But here comes Three Rivers with a big charge. It's also Row America Rye beginning to duel. Dayton, who had been in the silver medal position, beginning to slip slightly, but as they come down, boy, Row America Rye beginning to walk up on that boat from Three Rivers. Out front, Capital still with open water, 30 meters from the finish. Capital in the women's four with the gold medal here at the Youth National Championships. The fight for silver now on. It's Three Rivers trying to cling to the silver. They do cross just about 3 feet in front of the boat from Row America Rye. Then Dayton in fourth. It's St. Louis in fifth and Saugatuck in sixth. What a finish there for the silver medal position. Nice row from Capital in the women's four here at the 2017 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. Once again, you're parked across the water there on the West Shore Road, the World Championship Drive. If you're on the pavement, you will get a ticket. If you don't move your car within 15 minutes. If you're parked on the pavement, you'll get a ticket in 15 minutes. There's a sheriff sitting there, pen poised over his ticket book. Back to the start. For our next championship race, it's the women's lightweight eights. The big boats coming down the course. In lane 2, New Canaan. In lane 3, the Cincinnati Juniors. In lane 4, St. Louis. In lane 5, the Oakland Strokes. In lane 6, New Trier. And in lane 7, Marin. David, take it away.
With orange decks on the top. 750 into this thing, 1250 to go. They have only a deck over New Trier in lane 6. New Trier with also a deck in their Vespoli over the Hudson right in front of us from Marin. And here comes Cincinnati Juniors. Cincinnati Juniors is dead level, as is actually St. Louis. So St. Louis and Cincinnati Juniors dead level with Marin right now. Marin had a good start, and they were up there in that top 3. They're starting to fade a little bit relative to Cincinnati Juniors and the boat in lane 4 from St. Louis. But it is more of a lead now. Trying to pace themselves all the way down the race course at the same speed, it appears, is Oakland Strokes. And what it is doing is it's getting them an inch every time they drop in the water. They have 6 seats now on the rest of the field. It is now Cincinnati Juniors challenging this boat from New Trier, and I'm going to give it to Cincinnati Juniors at 1,000 meters with maybe a foot over New Trier. New Trier with about 2 feet over St. Louis. St. Louis with a foot over Marin. These 5 boats are just going at it, especially the 4 behind Oakland Strokes. Oakland Coxon, she just looked to her right. She is fixated on that bow ball of New Trier. She wants open water from her crew, and it seems like she may get it in about 100 or 200 more meters as they continue to kind of push out just a little bit from the field. But look at this race for silver. It is stroke for stroke, lanes 3 and 6. It is Cincinnati and New Trier just back and forth here. Only a couple of feet, not even a full deck, a couple of feet ahead of that St. Louis boat in lane 4. St. Louis right there in the mix as we approach 1250. And then you've got Marin within a deck of those other 3. Unbelievable race here in the women's lightweight eights. So much similar speed between 5 of these boats, but it is out front. A full length now, about to break the overlap, is Oakland Strokes. They have a pedigree in these women's eights. They have won this event several times in the last 5 years, and they are about to open up water here on the field. And then it is too close to call. It's St. Louis. It is Cincinnati. They are trading punches. They're about a foot ahead of New Trier. New Trier with a deck on Marin. Unbelievable race. Mark headed to the finish With 550 meters left, I'm going to give it to you, Oakland Strokes, with a seat of open water, and then it is too close to call between 4 boats. Unbelievable race, women's light 8.
It's only New Canaan that's slightly off the pace, but what an exciting race here on this championship Sunday morning. Love to hear the cacophony of the coxes coaxing their rowers to reach deep. You could see it on the screen there with Oakland Strokes coxswain glancing at that bow ball of New Trier and coaxing her rowers to dig deep and push a little bit forward. In the meantime, Marin not out of the picture yet, also in that fight. 4 boats vying for the silver medal. Only 3 will get any medal. Oakland Strokes still out there with 200 meters from the finish to go, a little more than 250 meters from the finish. Oakland Strokes trying to assert their dominance on this lightweight 8 race for the ladies. Cincinnati, St. Louis, New Trier trading punches, going down the course. Oakland Strokes trying to stay ahead of the field. A big push coming from New Trier. Cincinnati moving forward. St. Louis trying to catch up. St. Louis beginning to push forward. Cincinnati and St. Louis, the river cities, going neck to neck down to the finish. Oakland Strokes trying to cling to the gold. Here comes New Trier charging up on the outside. 30 meters from the finish. Oakland Strokes wins the gold in the women's lightweight 8s. Who will win silver? Here comes New Trier coming up on St. Louis. St. Louis, and hard to call between New Trier and St. Louis. Cincinnati Juniors in 4th. It's Marin in 5th and New Canaan in 6th. What a race in the women's lightweight 8s. It just doesn't get any better than that. One more reminder, if you're parked on the far side on the West Road, the Championship Road, you need to move your car. If you're parked on the pavement, if you're on the grass, you're fine. But the sheriff's going to start writing tickets real soon. Next race on the course, the men's 4s. Exciting racing coming up here, I bet, too, with Newport in lane 2, CRI in lane 3, Deerfield in lane 4, OKC Riversport in lane 5, St. Louis in lane 6, and Nobles in lane 7. They're going back and forth, and it looks like a duel between St. Louis and Nobles from here, but David will fill us in on the details. David, take it away.
Third place position at Youth Nationals each of the last 3 years. They are right there with the boat in lane 6 from St. Louis. Those 2 boats are a little bit more than a deck ahead of the boat in lane 7 right in front of us from Nobles. Nobles finished 4th last year in this event, so they were just out of the medals. They're sitting in the bronze medal position at the moment. Their coxswain in this Nobles boat has the advantage of only having to look to her left to figure out where the other boats are. In 4th place is the boat in lane 5 from OKC Riversport. Through 750, it is a slight advantage for Deerfield. Deerfield in lane 4 rowing in a white Felipe. White blades, their unisuits are green. And they have a deck now. The gentleman, one of the gentlemen in their boat stroked the United States Junior Men's 8 at the Junior World Championships last year. And like I said, they have finished 3rd in this event the last 3 years. They want to change that, and they have a commanding lead now of half a length over lane 6 St. Louis. St. Louis in a white boat right in front of us. It looks like a pocock. Their blades are primarily red. They've got a little bit of blue on the tips. And these gentlemen from St. Louis have 3/4 of a length over a really very close, good race going on between lanes 5 and 7. OKC Riversport in lane 5 has 2 feet at the 1,000 meters over Nobles in lane 7. Nobles sitting in 4th place. That's where they finished last year. You know these gentlemen are going to want to try to change that in their Black Hudson with their dark blue blades, starting to space out just a little bit. Deerfield is rowing away with this at the moment. They have almost a broken overlap on 2nd place St. Louis. St. Louis getting a big challenge now from OKC Riversport. OKC with a bucket rig on the starboard side is starting to move. They're the biggest mover right now in this field. Their bow ball is right on the two-man of the St. Louis boat. St. Louis sitting in second, OKC in third. But not giving up here is the boat in front of us from Nobles. Nobles still connected with both St. Louis and OKC as we come through 1250. It's open water for Deerfield out front. Deerfield coxswain has a disadvantage because he's so far out he cannot see the boats behind him, but his rowers are in the driver's seat and they know what they need to do in these last 650 meters to bring home a national championship to Deerfield Academy. It is half a boat length of open water back to St. Louis, and here comes OKC Riversport. Like I said, St. Louis only a deck now over OKC Riversport for that silver medal, and still connected with both of them is Nobles in lane 7. I'm going to give it to you at the finish line mark. Very close here for the silver and bronze between St. Louis and OKC Riversport behind Deerfield.
Sweet to see the swing of these boats. These young athletes giving it their all in this championship race for the men's fours. Deerfield out in front. Battle going on between St. Louis, OKC Riversports, Nobles. It's just CRI and Newport slightly off the pace with less than 500 meters to go. OKC and St. Louis still neck and neck. Nobles beginning to creep up too. Looks like OKC Riversport beginning to get in touch with Deerfield, but Deerfield still with the lead. OKC Riversport kicking it up. Deerfield working hard. Out of the medals last year, they want to change it right now. Going for the gold, less than 100 meters away from the finish line. OKC Riversports beginning to charge. They got a boat length to make up. St. Louis trying to keep up with OKC Riversports. In the 2017 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships, in the championship race for the men's four, it's Deerfield with the gold, OKC Riversports with silver, St. Louis with the bronze, and just behind them, Nobles in fourth place. CRI in fifth, and Newport the sixth fastest men's four in the nation. Deerfield with the gold in the men's four, celebrating in the boat. Beautiful race in the men's four. The lightweight four is up next. The men's lightweights first, then the women's lightweights. Then we'll go to the men's lightweight eights, and then we have the big eights. U.S. Rowing invites all college coaches here this weekend to use floor 2 of the finish tower to view the racing, get a break from the heat, rain, food and beverages provided. Just pick up your coach's credentials at the main gate to access the tower. And remember that the Captain U tent at the U.S. Rowing area will be sharing information about the process for rowing in college. Interested athletes and parents should stop by the U.S. Rowing area and look for the Captain U tent. Lot of great vendors here this weekend. South Bay Rowing wishes all the rowers the best of luck. They have a large variety of rowing related apparel and accessories. You can visit them either here at the site or at rowhard.com. Way enough stuff. Reminds you not to miss out on their famous sports bras. And come and check out the 2017 World Rowing official merchandise at Regatta Sports. Worlds, of course, coming here to the same water in Sarasota in September. In the meantime, to the men's lightweight fours. In lane 2, it's St. Andrew. Lane 3, the Long Beach Juniors. Lane 4, Newport. Lane 5, Rye High School. Lane 6, Miami. And lane 7, St. Louis. I hope the lightweight fours are exciting as that finish there in the men's fours. But again, underway in the championship morning here for the Youth National Championships. And the men's lightweight fours on the water right now. St. Andrew in lane 2, Long Beach Juniors lane 3, Newport lane 4, Rye High School lane 5, Miami lane 6, and St. Louis in lane 7. Among the other vendors here, Catch and Feather, right next to the U.S. Rowing area. Come by the Catch and Feather booth for unique classic styles and proceeds that go back into the rowing community. And thanks to Siesta Key Bike and Kayak, who's been here all weekend providing rental bikes. Some people have been getting a great view of the races thanks to those bikes from Siesta Key Bike and Kayak. Right here on site, you didn't have to travel to Siesta Key to get them. A little bit of sunshine on the horizon. Been a pleasant championship morning here at the U.S. Rowing Nationals. Just a hair under 80 degrees. A little bit of sunshine showing on the horizon. Maybe heading this way. That's good. No rain on the horizon in the immediate future. That's even better. There appears to be some sort of delay in the start of the lightweight fours. We'll have to see what's happening. It appears they're still putting the boats in position. There may have been a false start. We'll have to get a report from David Wyant. Again, a shout out to our great audio video crew here at the 2017 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. David Wyant in the chase car. I'm Mark Purcell. Thanks to our cameramen, Dean Brown, Brent Meyer, Ryan Taylor, Matthew Gonzalez. To our Master of Ceremonies, Willie Black, and to Paul Wilkins, chasing those boats down the course.
There are three.
A big shout out to all the volunteers in the blue shirts that you've been seeing all weekend long here at the Youth National Championships. They have been invaluable in keeping things running smoothly and keeping things clean at this World Championship course. A reminder to please clean up around your tent before you leave today and leave this beautiful facility as nice and pristine as it was when we arrived. I see some splashing happening at the start, and the referee's moving in behind. Again, it's the men's lightweight fours on the water right now. The lineup, lane 2, St. Andrew, lane 3, Long Beach Juniors, lane 4, Newport, lane 5, Rye High School, lane 6, Miami, and lane 7, St. Louis. The men's lightweight fours championship race on the water right now, just underway. There's been an interruption from our great camera work in the chase car, so we'll have to wait for this race to come down in the lightweight fours for the men, women's lightweight four after that, and then the men's lightweight eights and the big eights coming up, the final championship races on championship morning. From there, we'll continue on our 6-minute centers with the B finals. Continue the B finals, do all the B finals, and then the 1C final that we were unable to get to yesterday. We'll complete that, and then the D finals here. So everyone gets a chance to row on the beautiful water here at Nathan Benderson Park in Sarasota, Florida. We've solved our technical issue, catching up with the lightweight fours, the men's lightweight fours at about the 7:50 mark. Here's David.
University of Georgia. They're out of Rye, New York, one of the most beautiful high schools I've ever seen. I said it on Friday. I drove past it about 3 weeks ago. They have a seat of open water to second place Newport Aquatic Center. Newport Aquatic Center up there also in a white boat. They're in lane 4. They have half a length on the boat right in front of us from St. Louis in lane 7. St. Louis with a half a length on 4th place Long Beach Juniors up in lane 3. A little bit spaced out here in this lightweight 4 grand final for the men. In 5th place is the boat in lane 6 from Miami. Miami has almost a full length on the 6th place boat from St. Andrew up there in lane 2. This race did start once, and there was a little bit of a problem, so they started it again. But these gentlemen out front from Rye High School are trying to go start to finish. I had them about 48 strokes a minute off the line. They were actually, 45 strokes a minute off the line. They were a little bit lower than Newport, just above them. The other semifinal winner, Newport was about 48 strokes a minute. And it looks like these gentlemen from Rye High School are really letting the boat move. They're only at 33 strokes a minute, so they are really pushing it through the water, letting the boat glide out, and it is working for them. They should have a lot left in the tank, you would think, in the last 500, and they have still a seat of open water back to Newport. Newport up there has half a length on St. Louis right in front of us with their starboard bucket-rigged boat. And then it's a great race for 4th place. It's Long Beach Juniors and Miami in lane 6. Miami's in a black boat in lane 6 with blue blades, and then up there is the Long Beach Juniors in lane 3 in a white Felipe with their blue blades, and it looks like they have a port bucket in the center of their boat. So here we go. Up front, it's still Rye High School, and like I said, if you look at these gentlemen, they are really letting the boat glide. They're giving plenty of time for that boat to move through the water as they come up to take their next stroke, and they are in control of this men's lightweight 4, trying to change their silver from last year into a gold this year, and they have 2 or 3 seats of open water, almost a half a length of open water back to second place Newport Aquatic Center. Newport up there in lane 4 with 3/4 of a length, but no broken overlap on St. Louis here right in front of us. St. Louis hanging on to the bronze medal, but both of the boats behind St. Louis are starting to move a little bit. Miami is moving in lane 6. They're sitting in 4th place by about a deck over the boat in lane 3 from Long Beach Juniors. Give it to you at the finish line.
After a restart, it appears that Rye High School recovered well. I'm not saying they were the ones who caused that restart, but the delay did not seem to disturb them all that much. Very pleasant. They're almost making it look easy in that nice, easy, long swing and that commanding lead that they have right now. But in the meantime, they're still being pursued by Newport. As the field begins to bunch back together as they head down the final stretch in the championship race for the men's lightweight 4s. Rye trying to go start to finish in this race. St. Louis on the outside trying to poke their bow ball in there for bronze. Miami doesn't want to be left out. Rye still in the lead. Newport right behind. Big push from Miami coming on. Newport trying to gain some ground on Rye. Rye still swinging sweet and slow and making that boat move. Here comes a fight between Miami and St. Louis. I called a fight for bronze, but it may be for silver. We'll have to see. Rye High School wins the gold medal. It is Newport with the silver. Hard to call who has the bronze between Miami and St. Louis. St. Louis may have stuck their bow ball out there. Fifth fastest in the nation in the lightweight fours. It's Long Beach Juniors. And the sixth fastest, St. Andrew, here at the 2017 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. Just 4 races left in the A finals. Going for the gold here in Sarasota for the national championships. The lightweight fours for the women, then the men's lightweight eights, and then the women's 8 and the men's 8. Rye High School celebrating their gold medal victory. High-fiving at the finish line. Wow. Nice row, guys. The women's lightweight fours, moving into the start. Miami at lane 2, Holy Names in lane 3, Row America Rye in lane 4, Long Beach Juniors in lane 5, Wayland Weston in lane 6, Saugatuck in lane 7 for the women's lightweight fours. Pretty exciting for some of these young athletes, rowing on the same water that the World Championships will take place in September. First time the World Championships for rowing have been held in the United States of America. Proud for both the country and for Sarasota and Florida. Not the first time, I'm sorry, it was 1994 in Indianapolis, but not since has the World Championships for rowing been held in America. It's only the second time in Sarasota. Very proud of that fact. And what a beautiful facility here at Nathan Benderson Park. That large area of dirt you see behind the grandstands will be grandstands, hopefully, come September. Just received word from the start that there's some breakage at the start in the women's lightweight fours, thus the delay in racing. There's some repairs being done. But, well, the referees, U.S. Rowing referees, making sure that the rowers are not only a clean race, but also a safe race, and allowing the opportunity for the repair to happen. So a slight delay in the racing due to some breakage at the start before the women's lightweight fours. Taking some crowd shots there. You can wave to yourself on the Jumbotron you want. Look, Mom, I'm on TV. And say hello to America, too, because we are live streaming. So remember that U.S. Rowing is doing live streaming of these 2017 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. We'll also be doing live streaming for the Club Nationals in Cincinnati come July, and we'll be at the Masters National. They call it the Sweat Fest in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, come August. So tell family, tell your friends. And the rest of the racing, too, these last 4 Championship A finals, as well as the B, C, and D finals, will be live streamed. So if you want to call up Grandma and tell her she can watch some good rowing, by going to USRowing.org and clicking the link on the Sunday live streaming. Shake it, but don't break it, baby. Word is there is a delay in racing. We will begin again shortly. We'll let you know. You may take advantage of this delay in racing to visit some of the vendors that are be here. One last chance for you to go through the vendor village. JL Racing is there with great deals and designs. Congrats from JL Racing to all for making it this far. Good luck this weekend. Catching Feathers also here, as is Way Enough Stuff, Regatta Sport, and Rowhard, South Bay Rowing. They've been carrying a large variety of rowing-related apparel and accessories since 1996, and some pretty cool stuff there at South Bay Rowing, or you can visit them online at rowhard.com. And Rubini Jewelers 10, a large selection of rowing jewelry, rings, necklaces, bracelets, and more. And Team Blades, a favorite choice for many. Maybe something for Dad for Father's Day.
Okay, so it's not just this guy.
We appreciate your patience with this delay in racing, but we will resume shortly. Today is Olympic Day at Nathan Benderson Park. Held annually in June, it's celebrated by millions of people in more than 160 countries. Commemorating the birth of the modern Olympic Games in 1894, Olympic Day's mission is to promote fitness, well-being, culture, and education while promoting the Olympic values of excellence, friendship, and respect. The Olympic Day pillars, move, learn, and discovered, are promoted in every corner of the globe. So today's Olympic Day at Nathan Benderson Park, held in conjunction with the 2017 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships, we will have an Olympian here for you to meet and pose to get selfies with, autographs as well. I'll tell you about that a little bit later. For those of you parents seeking an adult beverage, there is a Ultra Bar across the water. Shuttles running on a regular basis to and from, should you need to slake your thirst.
All right, we're getting ready for the start of the women's lightweight youth 4. We had a little bit of a medical emergency down here, and it has been taken care of by our wonderful volunteers and our U.S. rowing officials, and we're going to get ready to go here. The crews are being pulled. It's Miami in lane 2, Holy Names in lane 3, Row America Rye in lane 4, Long Beach Juniors, your defending champions, in lane 5, Wayland West in lane 6, and Saugatuck in lane 7. There it is, green lights and that little horn, and we are on the race course in the women's lightweight 4 grand final. The last of the 4s, and then it's 8s for the A finals, and you can see these ladies coming off the line really high. I've got Long Beach with about a foot advantage, and they are rowing at 40 strokes a minute. They got about a foot on that boat up there in lane 4 from Row America Rye, but you can see just how close it is right now. The only boat dropping off the pace just a little bit.
Ladies and gentlemen,
that boat in lane 6 from Wayland Weston.
Once again, if you were parked on the far shore, there was just an ambulance trying to get through and was having trouble getting through, you need to move your car. And by the way, the sheriff is over there ticketing. So if you parked on the pavement on that far side over there, you will be getting a ticket.
About 6 inches behind Long Beach Juniors.
He will meet his monthly quota
hit 250
in about an hour writing tickets if you don't get over there and move your car. It's causing a hazard and inhibiting the movement of traffic down that road on the far side. If you were parked on the pavement over there,
like I said, they won this event last year. You also have Miami up in lane 2. They were the bronze medalists last year in the women's lightweight 4.
Your car.
And Row America Rye
in the meantime, the next championship race is on the course. The women's lightweight 4 is underway with Miami in lane 2, Holy Names lane 3, Row America Rye in lane 4, Long Beach in lane.
Make that just how bunched up these
Miami
crews
lane
are.
2, Holy Names 3, Row America Rye 4, Long Beach Juniors 5, Wayland Weston 6, and Saugatuck in 7th. To David for the call.
Wayland Weston boat that you can tell stands out with their very bright orange. At 500 meters, to 500 meters, a quarter of the way through the race, your leader is Long Beach. Long Beach with a deck over Row America Rye in lane 4, Row America Rye in lane 4, also with a deck over the boat in lane 3 from Holy Names. Holy Names now with half a length on the boat in lane 7 from Saugatuck, and Saugatuck with about a deck on Miami all the way up there in lane 2. So that's your race as it sits here at 600 meters, and we'll see if we can get some stroke ratings, see if that tells us anything about what we might see down the race course. I've got Long Beach Juniors at 36, still out a deck, and here comes a move from Holy Names. Holy Names is now stroke for stroke. It is the exact same speed in lanes 3 and 4 right now. Holy Names in lane 3, maybe a 6-inch advantage now for the silver medal. They just passed Row America Rye, and they have a seat on Row America Rye. As we come through 750, it is 5 total feet separating the top 3 boats here. Here comes Holy Names. They continue to push. It is now stroke for stroke Holy Names and Long Beach Juniors for the gold medal. Only a deck behind them is Row America Rye, and then it's so close for 4th and 5th. Saugatuck right in front of us in their white boat with black blades. They are right there with lane 2 Miami. So 4th and 5th place up for grabs and connected with the top 3 boats. Lane 3 is your new leader. It is Holy Names Academy from Seattle. Their blades look like the U.S. national team blades, except that it's the Holy Names Academy colors of gray and burgundy and white, and they have half a length now over the boat in lane 5 from Long Beach, your leader up until about 700 meters, and behind Long Beach, about 3 feet behind them, is the boat in lane 4 from Row America Rye. At the halfway point, it's Holy Names Academy, half a length over Long Beach Juniors. Long Beach Juniors with 3 feet over Row America Rye. And here comes Saugatuck. Saugatuck's being paced a little bit by the boat just above them in lane 6 from Wayland Weston, who is starting to find their speed in this middle half. They were definitely behind off the start, but that may have been their strategy, and they're starting to find more speed, which is pushing Saugatuck closer to the boats ahead of them. But look at this race for the silver medal. We have 2 boats going exactly the same speed in lanes 4 and 5. It is Row America Rye in lane 4. It is Long Beach Juniors in lane 5. Dead heated for silver and bronze. And but it is Holy Names rowing away now. They have a seat of open water on the 2nd and 3rd place boats, but they're all bunched up. You've got only a half a length separating Saugatuck in 4th place from both Long Beach and Row America Rye. Coming through 1250, Row America Rye now with a seat on Long Beach. So Long Beach has dropped to 3rd, but they're only a seat behind Row America Rye. And Saugatuck, like I said, has about a half a length of overlap with both Long Beach and Row America Rye. Still in the mix up in lane 2 is Miami. Miami only a couple of feet behind Saugatuck, but out front as we approach 1,400 meters, and you're going to get some really beautiful drone pictures here as they approach the last 500 meters. It is Holy Names Academy, half a length of open water over Row America Rye. Row America Rye with a deck over your champions from last year, Long Beach. I'll give it to you, Mark, at the finish line.
What a beautiful shot there from the drone, showing you how Holy Names is out ahead in this race for the championship for the women's lightweight fours. Holy Names being chased down by Row America Rye and the Long Beach Juniors, who are battling for that possible silver. They are going bow ball to bow ball, back and forth and back and forth. Miami in lane 2 trying to keep up with the pack as they head towards the finish. 500 meters to go. Good to get the racing back underway on this championship Sunday at the 2017 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. Holy Names trying to walk away with the gold here in the lightweight fours. Row America Rye and Long Beach battling it out. Coming up on the outside, it's Saugatuck. Miami on the far side of the course trying to sneak in too. Holy Names with open water. But Row America Rye trying to close that gap and fend off the Long Beach Juniors. "50 meters from the finish line. Holy Names wins the gold medal for the women's lightweight four. Who will win silver? A big surge coming on from the Long Beach Juniors. They may have caught up with Row America Rye. We'll have to wait and see. Here comes Saugatuck across in 4th, and then hard to call 5th between Miami and Waylon Weston in the lightweight fours for the ladies. Back up the course for the men's lightweight 8s, already underway through 750. Here is the call from David.
Royal Regatta, they have won the San Diego Crew Classic several times. They have won Scholastic Championships, I think, the last 3 years. And in their bright gold boat, they are through the 1,000-meter point, rowing 36 strokes a minute. They have 3 seats of open water back to the boat in lane 3 from Parati. Parati right there, as is CRI in lane 5 in their red Hudson. CRI a couple feet behind Parati, so Parati's in the silver medal position. CRI is in the bronze medal position, and then it's too close to call between Marin up there in lane 2 and the boat in lane 6 from Oakland Strokes. We have a lot of firepower. Belen won this race last year. Oakland Strokes was the silver medalist. CRI was the bronze medalist. Marin was in 4th place, and Cincinnati Juniors here in lane 7 was in 5th place. So the only newcomer is Parati, and Parati is in this race. They're sitting in the silver medal position, or right there with CRI as we cross 1250 with Belen Jesuit. It looks like they're going to row away with this thing as Belen. They have won everything that they have been in this year. And this is just a tremendous crew to watch row. They are extremely clinical. They look beautiful doing it, and they just continue to row away from the rest of the field in this lightweight 8, making it look easy. Behind them, your second place is just barely, and oh wow, what a move from Marin. Marin is in the mix now. Marin and CRI are nose for nose for the 2nd and 3rd place spots. Parati dropping back a little bit. It may be Marin now ahead of CRI. What a move there from Marin over about 200 meters. I'll give it to you at the finish line. These guys are jetting down the race course. Belen Jesuit in control over CRI and Marin.
What a beautiful shot showing that boat just flying down the course. Belen Jesuit in the lead. CRI pursuing, in touch with him right now. In third for the moment, Marin, Parati right in the mix as well, with Oakland Strokes and the Cincinnati Juniors trying to keep up. But out front, Belen Jesuit just showing how it is done as they fly down the course here. What a pretty shot from that drone as the men's lightweight eights come flying down. Always an exciting ending to these big boat races. Two more to come. Belen Jesuit trying to fend off CRI. CRI beginning to pour it on. The Belen Jesuit coxswain checking out the competition, seeing if there's enough water left to fend them off. A battle for the bronze happening too. It may be the silver, the way that boat from Marin is beginning to pour it on. Parati trying to pour it on as well. They're coming down to the finish line, 50 meters to go. Belen Jesuit trying to hold on and fend off CRI. I think they have it as they come to the finish line, 20 meters down. Belen Jesuit winning the gold in the men's lightweight eights. It's CRI with the silver and a big push from Marin for the bronze, followed there by Parati, and then it's a fight for fifth now between Oakland Strokes and the Cincinnati Juniors. Oakland Strokes in fifth, Cincinnati Juniors sixth in the men's lightweight eights. But wait, there's more. The women's eight on the water, passing through the 1,000-meter mark right now. The 500-meter mark. Greenwich in lane 2, Marina Aquatic Center in lane 3, Marin in lane 4, Saugatuck in lane 5, Cincinnati Juniors, the fast qualifier 2 there in lane 6, Chicago in lane 7, and the women's 8s, the last two championship races of the day. And as we see them go by, it looks like a battle shaping up right there, quite a battle. In lanes 4 and 5, that is the fight between Marin and Saugatuck.
And they have about a deck on the boat in lane 6 right in front of us from Cincinnati Juniors. You have a ton of national team experience in this event. Saugatuck trying to three-peat in the women's youth 8, and they have the lead now. They have pulled away from Marin. As we cross 1,000, it's going to be Saugatuck in their King 8 with black blades with a 4-seat advantage over Marin in lane 4, also in a King 8 with their red and white blades. Marin with half a length on Greenwich and Cincinnati Juniors that are stroke for stroke. I can see the Cincinnati Juniors bow lady looking over to her right to see where that Greenwich boat is, and they are stroke for stroke for that bronze medal. So up front, you still have connection between Saugatuck and Marin, but Saugatuck made a move there and really dropped the rest of the field. They have almost 3/4 of a length now, does Saugatuck over Marin. Marin with also 3/4 of a length on this dead heat between Greenwich and Cincinnati Juniors. Your 5th place boat is the boat in lane 3 from Marina Aquatic Center in Marina del Rey, California. They have a couple of feet on this boat right in front of us in lane 7 from Chicago. So Saugatuck trying to do it again. Cincinnati Juniors trying to get a bronze medal here. They were silver medalists last year, and Marin was 6th place last year. They're sitting in the silver medal position. Saugatuck has not broken the overlap as we come through 1350. It is still about 3/4 of a length advantage for Saugatuck over Marin. Marin hanging tough there in silver medal position. They have half a length on Greenwich. Greenwich now with a deck for 3rd place over Cincinnati Juniors. Marina Aquatic Center is starting to push up just a little bit in lane 3. They're in 5th place over Chicago in lane 7, who is in 6th. I'm going to give it to you at the finish line mark. Trying to three-peat is Saugatuck in the women's youth 8, Marin, Greenwich, and Cincinnati behind them.
What a battle going on here. Well, I can see the determination on the faces of these athletes. In the women's 8 for the 2017 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships, it is Saugatuck, as David said, trying to three-peat. Look at this battle between the Cincinnati Juniors and Marin for the silver. Greenwich trying to hang in there as well. And in the lower left-hand corner of the screen, if you're watching there, Chicago beginning to creep up a little bit too. But Saugatuck pressing forward, a little bit of an advantage right now to Marin for second place and the Cincinnati Juniors for third. In the meantime, Greenwich beginning to creep up in lane 2. Marin in touch with the Saugatuck boat now. Cincinnati Juniors trying to press forward as well as Greenwich. Marina Aquatic Center in 5th for the moment. 150 meters from the finish for the women's 8. This is for the national championship. Saugatuck continuing to press forward. Cincinnati Juniors trying to turn it up. Marin trying to turn it up as well. Greenwich hanging tight. The Saugatuck Cox looking to the right. Checking on the advancing Cincinnati Juniors. Here comes Saugatuck to the line, and a three-peat gold medal for Saugatuck in the women's 8. Cincinnati Juniors now pressing ahead. They have passed Marin. It's the Cincinnati Juniors for silver, Marin for the bronze. Then it's Greenwich, Marina Aquatic Center, and Chicago in that order in the women's 8 here at the 2017 Youth National Championships. The final A-final race on the water right now, pressing towards that 1,000-meter mark. It's the men's 8s. CRI in lane 2, Gonzaga in lane 3, Oakland Strokes in lane 4, Newport in lane 5, Sarasota lane 6, and Cincinnati Juniors in lane 7. To David in the chase, chasing down the men's 8s.
Oakland Strokes up there in lane 4 in a white Hudson has 3/4 of a length on several boats. It looks like lane 3, the gentleman from Gonzaga, the only Scholastic boat in this race, is right there with lane 7, Cincinnati Juniors. Cincinnati Juniors with maybe a deck advantage for the bronze medal at the moment over Gonzaga. Your 5th place boat is Sarasota Crew in lane 6. Here comes Strokes. Strokes getting into Newport just a little bit. The Newport lead through 1,000 was more than it is now. Strokes making a big move, a big push. I can see the coxswain looking to his right, and they are starting to catch Newport. This is deja vu from 2015 when I called this race. It was Newport and Oakland Strokes back and forth. This time Newport with a little bit more of an advantage. At 1,300 meters, it is Newport with 4 seats over Oakland Strokes. Oakland Strokes with a full length over dead heated for the bronze medal. Lanes 3 and 7, Gonzaga and Cincinnati Juniors are absolutely stroke for stroke. They're rowing the same exact boat, white Hudsons, and they are starting to, it appears, pull away a little bit from Sarasota Crew in 5th place in lane 6. But up front, as I give it to you, and the drone maybe comes in, and you take it away at the finish line mark, it is half a length for Newport Aquatic Center over Oakland Strokes. Then it's open water back to Gonzaga and Cincinnati.
500 meters to go, and it is the boat from Newport pushing forward, but Oakland Strokes trying to lean into it and catch up. Cincinnati Juniors, in the meantime, hanging on to 3rd, but being pursued by Sarasota. Sarasota has been walking up on the Cincinnati Juniors. At the same time, Gonzaga seems to possibly be dropping back a little bit, and CRI is surging. So here comes Oakland Strokes trying to walk up on Newport as they come down 400 meters from the finish in the gold medal. They're trying to hold on in the Newport boat while Oakland Strokes is pursuing, and they keep on gaining just a few inches at a time. Is there enough water for Oakland Strokes to catch Newport? We'll have to wait and see. In the meantime, Sarasota, the home team, has pressed past the Cincinnati Juniors, and over in lane 3, it's Gonzaga pouring it on too. The Zags trying to get what they can get done. Not to be left out, CRI in lane 2, but look at this race up front. It's the Oakland Strokes trying to catch up with Newport. Newport continuing to press forward. The men's 8 gold medal championship on the line right now. Newport hanging in there. Oakland Strokes continuing to try to press, but not getting the advantage. In the meantime, Sarasota has roared past the Cincinnati Juniors. They are beginning to walk up on Gonzaga, but at the finish, Newport for the gold, Oakland Strokes for silver, and Sarasota bronze. Here comes Gonzaga for fourth, the Juniors from Cincinnati for fifth, and it is CRI in sixth, and the men's eight, the championship. Newport, a fine row there. Amazing, amazing work. Celebrating in their boat. Happy to stand up and cheer. Oakland Strokes pouring all their heart into it and making sure everything's okay. Sarasota, what a final 500. Walking up on the Cincinnati Juniors and passing them, picking up the bronze. The last of the A finals for the day, now on to the B finals. So we start again at the beginning of the race order with the women's singles for the B final. Emma Conity from Seattle Prep in lane 2. Shannon Gallup from North Bay in lane 3. Olivia Farrar from Pittsford in lane 4. Teal Cohen from Hockaday in lane 5. Very strong showing from Teal yesterday. Sailor Strugar from Colorado Juniors in lane 6. And Alex Berry from NorCal in lane 7. As Newport continues to celebrate their gold medal win here at the 2017 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships.
Pittsford, New York, that's Olivia Farrar. Olivia Farrar has a deck over the bright teal boat that I remember from yesterday. This lady's name from the Hockaday School is Teal Cohen, and she is right in the mix here. So these three boats up front are connected right now. Behind them, you've got three more boats, and they are also connected. You've got lane 2 up there, slightly about a deck behind lane 3. Lane 2 is Emma Conati from Seattle Preparatory School. In lane 3, we have from North Bay, Shannon Gallup. And in lane 7, right in front of us in a bright red, beautiful Hudson single with black blades is Alex Barry from NorCal. And those, you can see just how close it is with these three boats. They're all connected, but there's a length of open water between Teal Cohen and these three boats behind in the second pack. Coming through 1,000, your leader continues to be the lady from Colorado Junior. She came all the way from Colorado to show what she's worth out here at the 2017 U.S. Rowing Youth Nationals, and she's hanging on to what would be a 7th place finish in the nation in the women's single by about a deck over that boat up in lane 4 from Pittsford, Olivia Farrar. And Olivia Farrar, it's getting very close between Farrar and Cohen here. Cohen coming up in lane 5 in between these two ladies from the Hockaday School in Dallas. And it is really close up front now. It's almost dead heated between Miss Farrar and Miss Cohen, lanes 4 and 5, with the lady from Colorado a deck in front of them in lane 6. Behind, it appears that lane 3 has started to pull out just a little bit. She's in a blue fluid design up there, but going with her is the boat in lane 7. So Shannon Gallup from North Bay has a couple of feet over Alex Berry from NorCal in lane 7, and they have opened up a little bit of water back to 6th place at the moment, the lady from Seattle Preparatory School, Emma Conati. Up front, look at this race. What a race in the B final of the women's single. It does not get closer than this in a singles race. At 1,300 meters, we have 3 feet, maybe 2 feet separating these three boats. And between lanes 4 and 6, whoever's in the water is in the lead, and then Teal Cohen is about a foot behind them. Unbelievable race here. Beautiful to watch. All three of these ladies doing a great job through the water, and their boats are nice and level in this beautiful flat water we have today here at Nathan Benderson Park for these finals at the 2017 U.S. Rowing Youth Nationals. Up in lane 4, a little move being made, and she's taken the lead, is Miss Farrar from Pittsford. She has a deck now over Teal Cohen, who has taken 2nd place over your leader all the way to now, which was Sailor Strugar from Colorado in lane 6. Give it to you at the finish line. A tremendous race here in the B final of the women's single.
Tied race in the women's singles B final. Olivia Farrar from Pittsford making a move, passing the then leader Teal Cohen, Sailor Strugar from Colorado Juniors. Teal Cohen from Hockaday staying right with Olivia. Very tight race, half a boat length in that front pack, and then going back and forth for fourth right now. Shannon Gallup and Alex Berry from NorCal. The B finals for the Youth Nationals now underway here on the water at Nathan Benderson Park. Matter of fact, 2 races on the water. The men's B final not far behind as the ladies are coming down. Olivia Farrar and Teal Cohen, Pittsford and Hockaday battling it out. A slight advantage to Olivia Farrar at the moment. Teal Cohen's right there. Still, Sailor Strugar, who from Colorado, who had been leading for a portion of the race, is sticking right with him as the other competitors. Shannon Gallup from North Bay in lane 3 and Alex Berry from NorCal in lane 7 continue to move forward, as well as Emma Conity from Seattle Prep. But it's now Olivia Farrar in charge with under 300 meters to go. As we've seen in these finals before, it's those last 100 meters that really do make a difference. So we'll see who has a little left in their tank to pour it on and pull it out. The winner of this race, the 7th fastest in the nation in the women's single, Olivia Farrar and Teal Cohen battling it out. Deep strokes as they come to the finish line. It is Olivia Farrar winning the B final for the women's single, with Teal Cohen in 2nd and Sailor Strugar in 3rd. A battle now for 4th between Alex Berry and Shannon Gallup. And I'm not even going to try to call that one. That was bow ball to bow ball. I'll let the refs sort that one out. And here comes Emma Conity from Seattle Preparatory School across the line and finishing up the women's B final. Meanwhile, back to the men.
Point, and I give it to you at the finish line. Your leader by half a length from California Yacht Club, Mr. Steinfeld, over Mr. Abruzzese from Maritime and Mr. Moore from Macaulay School.
The B final for the men coming down the wire. Thank you, David, there. It is Zachary Steinfeld from California Yacht Club, about, I'd say, 2/3 of a boat length ahead of Alex Abruzzese from Maritime. In the meantime, Jackson Moore from GPS Macaulay is beginning to move forward and looks like he's getting in touch with those front 2 leaders. Maxwell Hyde from Seattle Prep and Jesse Kahn from Miami Beach on the far side of the course in this men's B final for the singles. Look and see Zachary Steinfeld as he is trying to stay ahead of Alex Abruzzese from Maritime. They're working hard as they come into those red buoys in the 250 meters to go. A battle shaping up between lanes 5 and 4 with just Rudy Skoronsky from Artemis trailing the pack, but out front, quite a nice battle. And here comes Jackson Moore from GPS Macaulay as well on the outside, trying to press those leaders. Final 70 meters in the race. Zachary Steinfeld from California Yacht Club continuing to lead, but Alex Abruzzese from Maritime beginning to bite into that lead. What will happen at the finish? "50 meters to go. Pouring it on, Zachary Steinfeld begins to pull away. A little bit of a bobble from Alex Abruzzese from Maritime. Slows him down a bit, but it is Zachary Steinfeld from California Yacht Club winning the B final. Alex Abruzzese from Maritime in 2nd, with Jackson Moore from GPS Macaulay in 3rd. 4th belongs to Maxwell Hyde from Seattle Prep, and then it's Jesse Kahn from Miami Beach, followed by Rudy Skoronsky from Artemis in the B final for the men's singles.
Well, 5th place looks like it's the ladies from Oak Ridge here with their radioactive symbols on their unisuits and on their blades from Atomic Rowing in lane 6 closest to us. They have a couple of feet on the boat in lane 3 from Oregon Rowing Unlimited. But at 1,300 meters, it continues to be a City Island lead. They're trying to go start to finish here in lane 7. They will be closest to the beach coming down. You can see them on the drone. They have less of an advantage as they did when we first caught them. It was about 1.5 lengths of open water. It is now only about 1/2 length of open water to New Canaan up there in lane 4. New Canaan with 1/2 length of open water back to Steel City in lane 5. So those are your top 3. It's relatively spaced out here. We're going to give it to you at the finish line mark. It is City Island ahead of New Canaan and Steel City.
Spreading apart but staying close together here in this B final for the women's doubles. Out in front, New Canaan, Steel City pursuing. Third right now I think would belong to the Sarasota Scullers on the far side of the course. New Canaan continuing to lead. Oh. And now they pulled back a little bit. Yes, City Island in the lead by a boat length over New Canaan, with Steel City pursuing in third. It is City Island. Thomas and McGee in lane 7 in the women's double, looking to win this B final. Steel City beginning to touch the stern of the boat from New Canaan, catching up there. Big push coming. City Island, though, looking very confident and smooth as they come down the course. Then it's Sarasota Scullers, Oregon Unlimited, and Atomic in this B final. What a showing from the City Island boat in the women's double in this B final, holding on to the lead with 100 meters to go, looking across the water to check on the progress of New Canaan to see where Steel City might be lurking, but pressing forward all the same. At the finish, it looks like New Canaan is pressing City Island. They may have caught him. We'll have to see how it goes, but no, City Island still just ahead. Very tight at the finish with City Island and New Canaan. Steel City coming in third, with Oregon Unlimited in fourth. A big push coming on right now from Atomic. Atomic crosses the line in fifth, and the Sarasota Scullers in sixth in the women's double B final, as the men's double B final enters 500 meters to go. Very even across most of the lanes in the men's B final. It's only the Amadeus Academy boat that seems to be a little bit behind, but the rest of them fairly even. Advantage right now goes to the boat from Olympia area, with Maritime, Texas Center, Saratoga, and the Amadeus Academy and Sarasota Scullers in this race. It's Amadeus Academy in lane 2, Sarasota Scullers lane 3, Saratoga lane 4, Olympia area lane 5, Maritime lane 6, and Texas Center in lane 7. It is that boat from the Olympia area asserting themselves and staying ahead of the pack for the moment, but they are really being pursued. Seeking to be the 7th fastest double in the nation. These young men working hard. Olympia area still with the lead. The crowd urging the rowers on. 100 meters, 120 meters from the end. Olympia area trying to hold on. A surge coming, it looks like, from Maritime, with Sarasota Scullers not wanting to be left out of the mix. Sarasota Scullers with a big push here, trying to catch up with Olympia at the line. Still 50 meters to go. A big surge coming from Maritime as well. Texas Center trying to hold on. There is Saratoga in the mix as well. But at the finish line, it's the Olympia area. Sarasota, followed by Maritime. Then Amadeus Academy, followed by Sarasota, the Saratoga boat, and the one from Texas Center as well in the men's double. Next, B final, the women's pair with Vashon Island, Port, Indianapolis, Parati, Brookline, and Row America Rye in the mix. David has the call.
Looks really controlled, dropping in at the same time, moving out of bow at the same time together. The stroke lady is wearing a red visor, the lady in the bow is wearing a white visor, and they are just moving away from this field. 2 boat lengths of open water for Parati. Still in second place is the boat all the way up in lane 2 from Vashon Island. Vashon Island with about an 8-foot lead over the boat in lane 3 from Port, and Port with a deck, so about 4 or 5 feet over the ladies from Indianapolis, and Indianapolis now with a 3/4 length advantage over the boat in lane 6 from Brookline High School, who is just barely connected. There is a little bit of connection between the Row America Rye boat in lane 7 as we come through 1250 and Brookline High School in lane 6. So almost 5 boats connected. It's about 2.5 boat lengths from the bow of the Vashon Island boat back to the stern of the Row America Rye boat for these 5 boats behind Parati. Parati really trying to put down a time here that maybe shows that they would have been competitive, and maybe they were the first boat out on times to be in this B final. They want to finish 7th in the nation and lay down a time that could have been competitive in that A final. And as they approach 500 meters to go, I'm going to give it to you at the finish line mark. It is Parati, 3 or 4 boat lengths of open water back to Vashon Island, and then it's dead heated now between Port Rowing and Indianapolis.
Nice tight racing here, even in the B finals on this championship Sunday at the 2017 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. Women's pair coming down, the men's pairs not far behind as you look down the course. Bang, bang, bang in these championship races. Try to catch up on time, make sure everyone has a chance to row. A reminder that today's Olympic Day at Nathan Benderson Park, and you are all welcome to meet and greet 2008 Olympian Jen Goldsack. She won the lightweight double sculls at the 2008 U.S. Olympic Team Trials, finished 5th in the double sculls at the National Selection Regatta, and won the lightweight single sculls at the 2011 Pan American Games. 2008 Olympian Jen Goldsack posing for photos and giving autographs at the U.S. Rowing Tent right now until about 1 o'clock. Jen raced the lightweight double sculls in Beijing, finished 10th overall. This is all in celebration of Olympic Day here at Nathan Benderson Park. The women's pairs coming down with the boat from Parati, the boat from Parati out in the lead, and quite a race shaping up right behind in these women's pairs. Going right across Vashon Island on the far side. Port just ahead of them with Indianapolis right in touch as well. Then there's Brookline here in lane 6, and in lane 7, Row America Rye in the ladies' pairs. Coming to the finish, Parati with an open water lead. Still some water to go to the finish line, though. Port in lane 3, trying to catch up past Vashon Island, but here at the finish line, the ladies from Parati and the ladies pair crossing the line first in this B final, with Port quickly following, and here's Indianapolis with a surge. Indianapolis and Vashon Island neck and neck, maybe Vashon Island. Then here came Row America Rye and Brookline dueling it out at the line 2. Maybe Row America Rye in that 5th place position with Brookline in the 6th, but we'll have to see what the referees say about that race. In the meantime, no waste of time. Here come the men's pairs. They are Norwalk River in lane 2, Three Rivers in lane 3, Atomic in lane 4, Gainesville area in lane 5, PNRA Mercer in lane 6, Lakeside in lane 7. From this angle, it looks like PNRA Mercer is doing the job here in the B final for the men's pairs. Closely pursued by Atomic, as well as the boat from Norwalk River on the far side of the course. Those three out front. All close, though, all very close. Also the boat from Lakeside in the mix as well, with the Gainesville area in the middle trying to pursue Atomic, but having some steering issues right now. They are almost into Atomic's lane, but now correcting their course. But of course, everybody knows the quickest way to get from one point to another is a straight line, and they're having a little bit of trouble keeping that line straight. In the meantime, out front, it is PNRA Mercer with second, belonging right now to Norwalk River, with a boat from Atomic close behind. PNRA Mercer trying to keep their head in the boat as they continue to move forward, trying to stay in first, being pursued by the Norwalk River boat over in lane 2. Atomic not left out yet. They're in the mix too, but it looks like Norwalk River has begun to make a move, digging deep, and as they come to the line here, the B final for the men's pairs at the 2017 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. It's Norwalk River and PNRA Mercer going head-to-head. Advantage, though, at the finish. It looks like it is Norwalk River in first in the B final. PNRA Mercer in second. Atomic in third, with the boat from the Gainesville area in fourth. Three Rivers in fifth, and Lakeside in sixth in the B final for the men's pairs. Back up to the women's quad final with David.
On Saratoga B in lane 4 that's trying to hang on to second place. Here comes Sarasota Crew. Sarasota Crew with a move there in between Oakland Strokes and Saratoga B. And those two boats around Sarasota Crew are starting to have to move with the boat from Sarasota Crew. 1,300 meters. It's still California Yacht. And Oakland Strokes, stroke for stroke with Sarasota Crew, lanes 2 and 3. Both of them a deck ahead of Saratoga B now. Saratoga B up to 800 meters was your leader of this race. Then a big move got California Yacht Club the lead. California Yacht Club now with 3/4 of a length over just stroke for stroke punch trading battle between lanes 2 and 3, Oakland Strokes and Sarasota Crew. These two boats almost a half a length now ahead of the boat in lane 4 from Saratoga B. I'll give it to you at the finish line mark. It is California Yacht over Sarasota Crew and Oakland Strokes.
Tight race in this women's quad. The California Yacht Club just ahead of Sarasota and the Oakland Strokes. California Yacht Club pressing forward. These quads have been very competitive all regatta long. California Yacht Club out by about a length, but the fight beyond that, wow, both sides of the California Yacht Club boat really pushing hard too, and it will be hard to shake out. And when it comes to the end, these quads, these sculls can be quite amazing when they're racing. And they are racy today. Oakland Strokes, Saratoga B. Over on the far side, duking it out. On the near side, Greater Dayton and the Long Beach Juniors. We'll see who can pour it on in these final 200 meters. California Yacht Club looking very confident. Here comes the California Yacht Club looking to win the B final for the women's quad. here at the Youth National Championships. In the meantime, pouring it on over in lane 3, Sarasota trying to catch up and do what they can. And picking up the pace, Oakland Strokes not wanting to be left behind. Neither does Saratoga B. They are pushing on too, and as they come to the line, California Yacht Club in first in this B final. Then comes Sarasota, and almost catching up is Saratoga B, but it does look like Oakland Strokes came in third. Fourth to Saratoga B. Here comes Greater Dayton and Long Beach Juniors to wrap up the B final for the women's quads. The men's quads at work on down the course through about 12:50 right now, and they look just as racy.
From Redwood Scullers Stanford Center, and pushing them is the boat in lane 7 from Pelham CRA from New Rochelle, New York, only a couple feet behind that boat from Redwood Scullers. So these two boats behind the top 3 pack are pressing into trying to get an overlap with some of those boats out in front. Your new leader is the boat in lane 4 from White Rock. White Rock has a deck now as we come through 1250 over dead heated boats in lanes 2 and 3, Conestoga and Ransom Everglades. Still a full length back to the boat in lane 6, hanging on to up, and they just have relinquished 4th place. Has Redwood Scullers to Pelham CRA. Pelham CRA and Redwood Scullers are stroke for stroke. Like I said, the speed in these two boats as they race each other might be good enough to get them into the mix with the boats in front of them. We've only got about 3 boat lengths separating 5 boats here in this B final of the boys quad. Out in front it is White Rock. They're rowing in a white boat, and they have almost 500 meters left. I'll give it to you at the tower mark. It is White Rock ahead of dead heated Conestoga and the boat in lane 3, Ransom Everglades.
Another close quad race here. Conestoga, Ransom Everglades, White Rock, Redwood Scullers, Pelham racing down the course right now. Pelham CRA pouring it on, but out in lane 6, White Rock continuing to lead. Hard to call, though, for that second place, though it does look like Pelham's moving forward. Conestoga hanging in there in this B final for the men's quads. You can see how tight it is as they go by the beach in the final 250 meters. Nice lead for White Rock in this men's quad B final. Open water now, second. That's going to be interesting. Pelham, Redwood Scullers, Ransom Everglades, Conestoga. Anybody could be there, but here comes the winner, White Rock, looking to win the B final for the men's quads. And they do so with a little bit of open water. Now, who will come in second? A big push coming on right now. Here comes Pelham up on the outside. The Redwood Scullers trying to match. That is bow ball to bow ball when they cross, and maybe even Conestoga in there. Then it's Ransom Everglades crossing the line. Tight finish for that second place. Again, let's let the refs sort that out, because that was a tasty finish for who came in second place. What a battle in the men's quads for the B final. Back up the course, the next B final is the women's lightweight double. Seattle Prep in lane 2, Norwalk River lane 3, Seattle lane 4, Parati lane 5, Huntsville, Madison County from Alabama there in lane 6, and Row LA in lane 7 as they're about halfway through the race.
From Parati with 3/4 of a length over 2 boats. Really 3 boats, but 2 boats are very, very close to one another. Norwalk River in lane 3. And right in front of us in lane 6 is the boat from Row LA. And also with them, only a couple feet behind those 2 boats as we come through 1,000 meters, is the boat all the way up in lane 2 from Seattle Preparatory School. Then it is Seattle Rowing Club in 5th place as they come through the halfway point in lane 4. And in 6th place, connected with that Seattle Rowing Club boat, is the boat right in front of us in lane 7, Row LA. So, the boat in lane 6 in 3rd place is the boat from Huntsville, Madison County in Alabama. Out in front, a seat of open water for Parati. These ladies from Texas trying to finish 7th in the nation here in the women's lightweight double. And they're getting challenged a little bit by Norwalk River. I can see a little speed up there starting to push their bow is Norwalk River in lane 3. They're in a solid 2nd place, and it's a good battle for 3rd and 4th. Stroke for stroke between right in front of us, the Huntsville-Madison County boat in lane 6 in a blue shell with white blades, and the ladies all the way up in lane 2 with their red visors from Seattle Preparatory School. At 12:50, it's much closer up front. Like I said, Norwalk River found some speed there at the 1,000, and they now have an overlap that did not exist when we picked this race up. It is only a half a length advantage now for Parati over Norwalk River, and the boats behind Norwalk River, even though they're a length off of Norwalk's pace, seem to be going with Norwalk. So we'll see what Parati can do here as they start to get a challenge from really 3 boats, and it is still dead even between Huntsville-Madison County in lane 6 and the boat all the way up in lane 2 from Seattle Preparatory School. So up front, 1st and 2nd place, Parati and the ladies from Norwalk River are connected. It's a 3/4 length advantage for Parati over Norwalk River, and then behind those two, it is dead even pretty much between lane 6 and 2, Huntsville, Madison County, and Seattle Preparatory School. I will give it to you at the finish line mark. Parati trying to hang on, trying to go start to finish 7th place in the nation in this event.
Tight race here in the women's lightweight doubles. Parati out ahead, but behind them quite a battle going on. Norwalk River and Huntsville-Madison County looking to be the 8th fastest boat in the nation. Coming up fast on the outside, Row LA though, and battle with the Seattle Prep being in the mix as well. It's just Seattle trailing the field a little bit right now. But Parati doing well, though looking like they might have a bit of a squiggle in their course, correcting it and still on track, but coming up fast on their inside, or on the outside, is Huntsville-Madison County. Jablonski and Brown from Parati trying to maintain the lead, checking out the competition as they enter those red buoys towards the finish. Big move coming from Norwalk River right now, beginning to move forward on Parati. A glance from Huntsville-Madison County over to the right. They see that is a move that's happening. In the meantime, there's a 3-way battle for that 4th place position in the B final for the women's lightweight doubles. The U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships for 2017 here in Anderson Park in beautiful Sarasota, Florida. Parati in lane 5, winning the B final for the women's lightweight double. 2nd belongs to Norwalk River as they stroked past Huntsville-Madison County. They're in 3rd. Coming up in 4th, here's Seattle doing well. A big push at the end for Seattle, and then a surge at the end for Row LA. Maybe outstroking the Seattle Preparatory School for that 5th place position. But again, too close to call and too unofficial to call. Meanwhile, just behind them, 300 meters from the finish, the next B final here at the Youth National Championships, the men's lightweight doubles. It's Malvern Preparatory School and those pink unis here in lane 7 leading the pack at the moment. Norwalk River in 2nd in a battle with Huntsville-Madison County. GMS and Seattle in a battle there as well for 4th place. "100 meters to the finish. Malvern Prep trying to hold on. A glance from the Norwalk Riverboat over to their left. They begin to crank up the heat. Racing towards the end, the B final for the men's lightweight double. A duel between Malvern Prep and Norwalk River. Coming to the line, advantage Norwalk River. They're glancing back, but it's Malvern Prep reaching down. And as they come to the line, I don't know whether Malvern got them or not, but it is mighty, mighty tight in that. Then here comes Huntsville, Madison County, followed by GMS, and then Seattle in the B final for the men's lightweight doubles. Back up the course to the women's 4 final B final. PNRA Mercer in lane 2, Oars in lane 3, Deerfield lane 4, Holy Names 5, South Jersey in 6, and Stewart's Foundation in 7. David has the call.
In lane 7 from Stewart's Foundation, and then their Florida rival from Orlando all the way up there in lane 3, Oars. Oars is rowing a black vest pulley up there. They have bright blue, white, and orange blades, and they're wearing orange hats and orange unisuits. I think a new unisuit they're debuting here at Youth Nationals, because I don't recognize it from all of my time spent out here with Florida. In lane 5. So some awesome racing here. These ladies laying it out on the line, their last race of the season, trying to finish 7th in the nation, and Deerfield is hanging on to that spot as we speak. They have 2 seats of open water, does Deerfield in lane 4, over this dead heat between Stewart's Foundation and Oars, and those 2 ladies' boats have about 2/3 of a length over South Jersey in lane 6, who is pushed into 4th place, with a deck over the Holy Names women in lane 5. So those are your top 5. We've got about 3.5 boat lengths separating these top 5 boats, with Deerfield with a little bit of open water, but behind them it's very bunched up. We've got 4 boats almost completely connected here behind Deerfield. Deerfield coming through 1250. They just hit that red buoy line. They have 750 meters to go to finish 7th in the nation in the women's Youth 4. And Oars now has about a seat or 2 advantage on Stewart's Foundation. The Stewart's Foundation coxswain just caught her catching a glimpse, looking to her left to see where that Oars boat is, and she is calling on her ladies to make up some ground on that move that Oars took that got them about a deck advantage. So Oars about 4 feet now for 2nd place in this B final over Stewart's Foundation. Stewart's Foundation with a deck over the South Jersey ladies, and South Jersey with 3/4 of a length, actually almost breaking the overlap now on Holy Names. I'll give it to you, Mark, at the finish line. It's Deerfield Academy rowing away a little bit, and then an awesome race behind them, Oars, Stewart's, and South Jersey.
Exciting racing indeed here on Championship Sunday at the Youth National Championships. Deerfield trying to assert themselves and make sure they finish first in this B final. Quite a pursuit, though, with Oars, South Jersey, and Stewart's battling behind them as they are 500 meters from the finish or less. Deerfield keeping it together, looking very strong in these women's 4. But look at the battle between Stewart's Foundation, South Jersey, and the old Orlando Area Rowing Society. It will be a fight for that 2nd place or 8th fastest in the nation here in this B final. Deerfield continuing to lead. Oars, South Jersey, and Stewart's battling. Stewart's has an advantage right now, but Oars is doing mighty well as well in those orange unis. Deerfield still in the lead with 100 meters to go. Oars cranking up the heat, moving forward and past Stewart's and South Jersey. Deerfield smoothly and calmly stroking towards the finish in this B final. And at the finish line here in the women's 4B final, Deerfield with the win, Orrs in second, and it does look like South Jersey holds on for third with Stewards Foundation in fourth. Here comes Holy Names in fifth. That means PNRA Mercer ends up in the sixth spot in the B final here at the Youth Nationals. Next race is the lightweight eights for the ladies. Bromfield Acton Borough, Broxborough in lane 2, Mount St. Joseph in lane 3, CRI in lane 4, Seabase lane 5, Marion Mercy Academy in lane 6, Manhasset High School in lane 7, and David Wyant with the call.
The lead for the ladies in lane 5 from Seabase is only a couple of feet still over two boats. Boat in lane 2, Bromfield Acton Boxborough, and the boat just closest to us, brand new Vespoli, is the ladies from Manhasset High School. In the mix still, and just hard to see up there, is that beautiful purple boat from Mount St. Joseph in lane 3. They are stroke for stroke with CRI, and those two boats are a couple feet ahead of the ladies from Marion Mercy Academy in lane 6. It could not be closer. We saw this in the time trial actually with like something like 10 or 12 crews separated by only a few seconds, maybe 5 or 6 seconds, and it is playing out here in the B final of the women's lightweight youth 8s. Trying to go start to finish are the ladies from Seabase in lane 5. They will be the first boat to 1,000 meters, but right on their tail now is this boat right in front of us in lane 7 from Manhasset High School. White boat, orange blades, and they are only a couple of feet off the pace of Seabase. And pushing up now are the ladies in that purple boat from Mount St. Joseph. Mount St. Joseph now has a few feet on 4th place, which is the boat in lane 6 from Marion Mercy Academy. So Marion Mercy had a good couple hundred meters there to push up. CRI has dropped back just slightly, and CRI has a couple of feet, though, for 5th place over the boat in lane 2, Bromfield Acton Boxborough. Still, only a half a length really separating all of these boats. This is a tremendous picture that you're getting here of this awesome race. Like I said, probably the most competitive across the board that we have seen all day long here at finals day of the 2017 Youth National Championships here at Nathan Benderson Park. Through the 1250 red buoy line, it continues to be the ladies from Seabase in their black Resolute with black blades. They're all wearing white visors. Their unisuits are white and red on the top. They have only a couple of feet still, although it's a little bit more than it was back at the 1,000. Over this second place boat from Manhasset High School in lane 7. The coxswain from Manhasset only looking to her left to see everyone else. In 3rd place is that purple boat up in lane 3 from the ladies from Mount St. Joseph, who have literally maybe a foot only over the gold blades of Marion Mercy in lane 6. What a race we have. You're going to see all 6 of these boats cross in a couple of seconds when they get down to the finish line. I'm going to give it to you at the finish line mark. Seabase really getting pushed now by Manhasset High School.
This is what it's all about right here. This race of the women's lightweight eights. Look at this. It's Manhasset and Seabase battling. Seabase had been leading for most of the race. Manhasset's been pouring it on. 6 boats, all within about a boat length and a half of each other, flying down the course in this B final for the women's lightweight eights. It continues to be a jockeying back and forth between Seabase and Manhasset High School. Marion Mercy Academy and the yellow oars in between those two, not to be discounted on the far side. CRI, Mount St. Joseph, Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough. It's only the CRI boat that seems to be a little out of the line, but the rest of the boats pouring on the energy as they come down to the finish. Manhasset High School has now come forward and is really giving Seabase a challenge. Seabase had been leading for a lot of the race, but right now look at these boats come down to the finish in 150 meters. They will cross the finish line. Who will be in first? Who has a little extra to crank it up a notch? Seabase, feeling the threat from Manhasset, begins to pour it on as well as they come closer to the line. Marion Mercy Academy in between the two begins to turn up the heat too, but as they come to the finish line in 40 meters, in the women's lightweight eights at the 2017 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championship. It is Seabase holding on for the win. Manhasset High School in second. Marion Mercy Academy in third. Mount St. Joseph in fourth. Then it's Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough in fifth, and CRI in sixth in the B final for the women's lightweight eights. Reminder, today's Olympic Day at Nathan Benderson Park, and 2008 Olympian Jen Goldsack is posing for selfies and giving autographs at the U.S. Rowing 10. Between now and 1 o'clock, Jen raced in the lightweight double sculls in Beijing, finishing 10th overall. Olympic Day held annually in June, celebrating the birth of the modern Olympic Games in 1894. Olympic Day's mission to promoting fitness, well-being, culture, and education while promoting the Olympic values of excellence, friendship, and respect. Again, Jen Goldsack, 2008 Olympian, rowed in the lightweight double sculls in Beijing, available at the U.S. Rowing tent until 1 o'clock this afternoon. Stop by and meet Jen. Next, B final, the men's 4. Gonzaga in lane 2, Pocock lane 3, Saugatuck lane 4, St. Edward lane 5, Capital lane 6, and South Jersey in lane 7. David with the call from the chase car as they go by as they're moving close to the 1,000-meter mark, between 750 and 1,000 right now.
Place is the boat in lane 4 from Saugatuck. Behind Saugatuck, it is too close to call between lanes 3 and 6. In lane 3 we have Pocock. In lane 6 we have Capital from Sacramento. Behind those two boats, only about 5 or 6 feet behind them, is the boat in lane 7 here right in front of us from South Jersey. Beautiful race here. It's unbelievable how we've had back-to-back races like this. 2 boat lengths separating all 6 boats in the B final of the Men's Youth 4, an event that is near and dear to me because it's the event I competed in Youth Nationals eons ago. We won't get into the year. Up in lane 2, it continues to be Gonzaga. Gonzaga with a 2-seat advantage now over St. Edward. St. Edward with a deck only over Saugatuck, so that's only about 5 feet as we hit the halfway point. Saugatuck also with a deck over this just stroke-for-stroke battle. They may not even know it because there's so many boats in between them, but lanes 3 and 6. 6 is Capital and 3 is Pocock. Almost all of the boats still connected here. The only boat that's doesn't have connection with your leader is the boat from South Jersey, so it's just over 2 boat lengths separating all 6 boats. It's still a Gonzaga lead up there. We saw their men come down the race course. I think they finished 4th in the Youth 8 Grand Final, which is tremendous showing for a Scholastic high school, this high school in D.C. that just has a just tremendous tradition of rowing now. Not showing off as much purple as they normally do up there. It's a white boat with white blades. And now it is dead even again between Gonzaga and St. Edward. So St. Edward has found some speed as they hit 1250 in the last 100 or 150 meters. It's now dead even between Gonzaga and St. Edward. And moving with them in 3rd place now, pretty soundly, is Pocock. So Pocock has moved up. They started at the 1,000 and they have started to inch their way up into this field. They are past lane 6 now, Capital. Capital was dead heated with Pocock. Pocock now has a couple of feet on Capital, who's sitting in 4th place. Your 5th place boat is the boat in lane 4 from Saugatuck, and Saugatuck has only a couple of feet on lane 7, South Jersey. Another tremendous race coming down the race course here in the B final of the Men's Youth 4. I'll give it to you at the finish line mark. It is St. Edward out in front of everyone else within half a length of one another.
Another beautiful sight in this close race in the men's 4s for the B final, with a look at St. Edward out by about 2/3 of a boat length over Capital, who has caught up and passed Pocock, who had caught up and passed Gonzaga, but Saugatuck still in the mix. So is South Jersey. All these boats within 2 boat lengths of each other. 2 boat lengths from the bow of the leader to the stern of the trailer. St. Edward continuing to ply their way forward. with Capital and Pocock beginning to battle. It looks like Capital's beginning to move up on the boat from St. Edward. On the outside, South Jersey pressing forward as well. Saugatuck in the mix. And here they come to the finish line. See if someone can pick it up and push it forward. Big surge from Capital, beginning to catch up on St. Edward. Will it be enough? We'll have to wait and see. And Pocock in lane 3 doing fine as well. Matter of fact, as they come to the line and finish the B final, it is St. Edward, Pocock, Capital, Saugatuck, South Jersey, and Gonzaga in that order in the B final for the men's fours. All results are unofficial until approved by our U.S. Rowing referees, and thanks to our U.S. Rowing referees for making sure that the rowers and athletes stay safe and the races stay honest. Thank you very much, those U.S. Rowing referees. Thank you to all the volunteers as well who have helped this regatta run smoothly despite the weather obstacles that have popped up from time to time. And thank you for remembering to pick up your trash before you leave today and help keep this beautiful facility clean and pretty for the World Rowing Championships coming up in September. Only the second time they've been in the United States of America. The first time back in 1994 up in Indianapolis, and what an event that was. Now back to the racing for the men's lightweight fours. On the water right now with David Wyant and the call.
Okay, we're at 500 meters with the B final of the men's lightweight youth 4, and your leader is Gonzaga College High School in lane 6 in a beautiful white Hudson. They are showing some purple. They've got the purple blades of Gonzaga, and they have about a deck advantage, 5 or 6 feet over the boat in lane 4. That boat in lane 4 is from Pacific. Pacific with almost a length on the rest of the field, and the rest of the field is separated by a couple of feet. So awesome race here behind these top two boats that are pretty close to one another. They are definitely fighting with each other for the top spot in this B final, which would put them 7th in the nation. And then behind them, it's a big dogfight, although a nice move has been placed here by Cambridge, Ringe, and Latin, and they are now a solid 3rd place up there in lane 3. They have moved away a couple of seats from the rest of those boats that were pretty close to them and bunched up. Lanes 2 and 5, lane 2 is Seabase, lane 5 is Greenwich. Those two boats are dead heated for 4th and 5th place, and then only a deck behind them, so only 5 feet behind them, is the boat right in front of us in lane 7 from PNRA Mercer. So still a lot of boats connected, 4 of them connected behind these top two boats, but you have a new leader. It's lane 4. It's a gentleman rowing in that Pocock from Pacific Rowing Club. Their blades are primarily a burgundy color, and they have about a 7 or 8 foot lead on Gonzaga. Gonzaga has opened up water now on the 3rd place boat up there in lane 3 from Cambridge, Ringe, and Latin School in Harvard, Mass. Cambridge, Ringe, and Latin coming through the halfway point has only about a deck, so we're talking 4 or 5 feet over the boat in lane 5 that appears to be starting to make a move here through 1,000. Those are the gentlemen from Greenwich. They're in a dark Vespoli boat with white blades, and they are almost now to even with Cambridge Ringe and Latin, and also with a strong connection with those two boats is the boat in lane 2 from Seabase. So a lot of races within the race here and a lot of connection between several boats, but starting to row out and row away a little bit is the boat from Pacific in lane 4. Pacific with half a length, almost 3/4 of a length now on Gonzaga. Gonzaga in lane 6 has a little bit of open water still back to Cambridge Ringe and Latin and the boat in lane 5 from Greenwich. But it's Cambridge Ringe and Latin putting on a move, and they have now taken a deck on that boat that had caught them, which is a boat from Greenwich. Through 1250, through that red buoy line, 750 meters to go. Your leader continues to be Pacific. Pacific is almost at the point where they're about to break the overlap on Gonzaga and about to look at some open water as they approach 500 to go. Gonzaga here in front of us in lane 6 still has almost a full length. There is some connection between the third place boat from Cambridge Ringe and Latin up there in lane 3 and Gonzaga. As we approach where we will hand it off to the finish line. It is a seat of open water now for Pacific over Gonzaga. Gonzaga with almost a full length over now dead heated again Greenwich and Cambridge Ringe and Latin. Give it to you, Mark.
Coming within sight of the beach and sound of the beach as well. This race for the B final for the lightweight fours for the gentlemen. Pacific ahead, but boy, there is some dogfights happening right now. Lots of great movement between Gonzaga and Greenwich and Cambridge Ringe and Latin. Seabase, PNRA, Mercer. All these boats are flying down the course. Pacific trying to stay ahead, but really being doggedly pursued. And there's fights within the fights right now. As you can see, it is Pacific in the lead, Gonzaga in second, but Greenwich and Cambridge Ringe and Latin also kind of going bow ball to bow ball for the third place with a slight advantage to Greenwich at this point in the race. Pacific keeping their head in the boat and continuing to row while the duels happen behind them. Cambridge, Ringe, Pacific, and Gonzaga all beginning to duel out, almost bow ball to bow ball as they go by the beach and the crowd. Pouring it on, Pacific still in the lead, but these other three boats fighting amongst themselves. Winning the B final for the men's fours, lightweight fours. It's Pacific in lane 4. I will not call the second place. It's somewhere between Greenwich and Gonzaga with Cambridge, Ringe, and Latin not far behind. Then Seabase in 5th and PNRA Mercer in 6th in the B final for the men's fours, the lightweight fours. The women's lightweight fours on the water right now. NorCal in lane 2, OKC Riversport in lane 3, Saratoga lane 4, Detroit lane 5, Three Rivers in lane 6, and Port in lane 7. The women's lightweight fours underway and rolling down the field here at Nathan Benderson Park in Sarasota for the Youth National Championships. Back to the chase car and the call for this race.
And OKC has 2 seats on the boat right in front of us in lane 6. Also a starboard bucket from Three Rivers in Pittsburgh. And Three Rivers has 3/4 of a length on 4th place, Detroit in lane 5. So those are your top 4 as we get about 800 meters in here. Saratoga now has some open water up front, and they're trying to row away with it and finish 7th in the nation. And again, sometimes these boats that are barely left out of the grand final really want to show that they ought to have been in the grand final. Maybe they had a very difficult semifinal in terms of the boats that were there. And that's what Saratoga is appearing to do at the moment. They have 2 seats of open water back to second place, which is the boat in lane 6 from Three Rivers now. Three Rivers has passed that OKC River Sport boat up in lane 3. Three Rivers with only a couple of feet advantage. They're rowing in a white boat with red blades is Three Rivers. OKC up there in third place in also a white boat with orange blades. Fourth place boat continues at the halfway point to be the boat in lane 5 from Detroit. Detroit has blades that are white on the top and blue on the bottom. They're in lane 5 just above Three Rivers, so they'll be relatively close to the beach coming down. Then you've got 2 boats connected for 5th and 6th. In 5th place is a boat in lane 2 from NorCal, and then closest to us, closest to the beach, in lane 7 is a black shell from Port Rowing from Port Washington, New York. Out in front continues to be Saratoga from Saratoga, New York, and they have half a length of open water back to Three Rivers. Three Rivers is starting to move through the crews behind them a little bit. Their advantage for second place has swelled to half a length over now dead heated OKC River Sport and a fast-moving Detroit. Detroit has now passed OKC River Sport, so when we picked this race up at 500, OKC was sitting in the second place position. They have dropped to 4th, but they still have an overlap at 1250 with both Three Rivers, who is sitting in second place, and the third place boat from Detroit. 1300, almost 1350 into this B final of the women's lightweight Youth 4. Your leader continues to be Saratoga. You will see their blades as they come down. They are black and white vertical stripes, and they are doing a really nice job in that boat of continuing to just find the same speed all the way down this race course and just inch out little by little on the boats behind them. Second place continues to be Three Rivers in lane 6, and they're getting a nice challenge now from Detroit in lane 5. Those are your top 3. I'll give it to you, Mark, at the finish line.
Saratoga feeling as if they have this in hand, but a lot can change in that last 500 meters. But Saratoga looking very strong out front with a decent lead at this point. Three Rivers right behind, and Detroit in the mix as well. That's right in the center of the course. Then it's back to OKC River Sport, NorCal, then Port in this B final for the lightweight 4s. Seventh fastest in the nation is on the line here in this B final. Saratoga with a fine showing in the semis, but disappointed they didn't do better. But here they go looking good in the B final. Now being challenged by Three Rivers on the outside. Three Rivers beginning to dig deep, find that little extra energy, pulling hard. Saratoga, though, staying there, but Detroit beginning to pour it on and push on the accelerator as well, pulling away from OKC River Sport. Saratoga picking up their stroke rate as they rush towards the finish line. It is Three Rivers trying to make sure that they stay ahead of that boat from Detroit here in the B final for the women's lightweight 4s. 3 strokes from the finish line, and it is Saratoga winning the B final. With Three Rivers in second, Detroit in third. OKC River Sport working their way towards a 4th place finish in this B final. Then comes NorCal and Port. The lightweight 4s for the ladies. The lightweight 8s for the men. Up the water here. It's New Canaan in lane 2, Saugatuck in lane 3, New Trier in lane 4, Manhasset in lane 5, Atlanta Juniors lane 6, and Westerville in lane 7. Let's see how they're doing. Back up to David. It's a very tight race.
how effective those moves are. But Manhasset High School out in front, white boat, orange blades. Obviously a scholastic program, being a high school, very impressive to show this well at a youth national championship against club teams. Through 750, Manhasset High School has about a deck and a seat, so about 8 or 9 feet over Atlanta Juniors. Atlanta Juniors with maybe a foot over now 3 boats. 3 boats are almost dead heated in lanes 2 through 4. New Canaan is in lane 2, Saugatuck is in lane 3, and New Trier is in lane 4. The only boat off just a little bit, but that's not to say much because they're still connected with the rest of the field, are the gentlemen from Westerville in lane 7. 6 boats connected here. Couldn't ask for anything more, really, in any race. And this is the B final of the men's lightweight 8. It is a 12-foot lead for Manhasset High School as they come through the halfway point over Atlanta Juniors. Atlanta Juniors in lane 6, rowing in a white vest pulley boat with blue blades. And they have only a couple of feet over your new 3rd place, which is the boat in lane 3 from Saugatuck. Saugatuck looks like they're rowing a King 8 up there in lane 3. They only have a couple of feet over the boat just above them in lane 2 from New Canaan. And New Canaan has maybe 6 inches on the boat in lane 4 from New Trier. That's how close it is. Again, all 6 boats still connected, or maybe Westerville is not connected to your leader, Manhasset High School, but it's only about 2 seats without connection. So a length and a half separating 6 boats as we approach 12:50 in the B final of the men's lightweight 8. Manhasset High School has extended their lead. It is now 6 or 7 seats over 2 boats. The boat in lane 3 from Saugatuck and the boat in lane 6 from Atlanta Juniors. These 2 boats in lanes 3 and 6, probably relatively difficult to see one another, but I can see the female coxswain in the Atlanta Juniors boat looking to her left. So I think she spies that bow from Saugatuck, and she knows that their speed is very similar to the boat that she is steering in lane 6. Out in front, as I give it to you at the finish line mark, it's Manhasset High School in lane 5, 7 seats over Atlanta Juniors and Saugatuck. Everybody else in the mix and connected.
A beautiful shot if you're watching on the Jumbotron here or at home on the internet, as US Rowing is live streaming the 2017 Youth National Championships, a sight of all those young athletes pouring their heart into what they're doing. Manhasset High School still with an advantage over the boat from Saugatuck and the one from Atlanta Juniors as well, but Westerville, New Trier, New Canaan, all right there lurking as well. The B finals for the 2017 Youth Nationals underway right now. 2 races left after this lightweight 8. Then the 1C final we did not get in yesterday before the D finals begin. Everyone having a chance to row so far this afternoon. Try to round out this regatta successfully. But here they come to the line in the men's lightweight 8s. Hearing the roar of the crowd. Almost drowning. I doubt they're drowning out the roar of their coxswain at this point, but I'm sure they're trying. Continues to be Manhasset High School in the lead, but a good charge here from the Atlanta Juniors. They have now surged ahead of the boat from Saugatuck. So at the finish line in the men's lightweight 8s B final, it's Manhasset High School in first, the Atlanta Juniors in second. Here comes Westerville on the outside for third, taking third from Saugatuck. Then comes New Canaan and New Trier in that order. Wow, big surge from Westerville, taking third in this B final. What a row for those young men. A beautiful move. It didn't look good come 500 meters out, but by oh my, did they get it done. Remember to stop by the Captain U tent at lunch or after you row to learn more about the process for rowing in college. Athletes and parents can stop by the U.S. Rowing area and look for the Capital U tent, and you also have a chance in the U.S. Rowing area to meet Jen Goldsack, the 2008 lightweight double sculls rower, rowed in the 2008 Olympics in Beijing, finishing 10th overall. Jen Goldsack at the U.S. Rowing area, taking selfies with you and giving autographs too if you'd like. So check that out, Jen Goldsack, here celebrating Olympic Day at Nathan Benderson Park, held in conjunction with the Youth National Championships. Here come the women's eights. The lineup for the women's eights B final: Capital in lane 2, Green Lake lane 3, Nashville lane 4, PNRA Mercer lane 5, CRI in lane 6, and Connecticut in lane 7. David, staying in touch with what's happening, beginning here at the 500-meter mark.
Firepower. They finished second in this event. The last time we held Youth Nationals here in 2015, they were the silver medalists. They're in the B final this time. So it's just a very competitive rowing world for high school athletes, and that's what we're seeing here. Look how close this race is. Nashville in a white boat, doing a really nice job there. You can see it's bucket rigged in the 4 and 5 seats on the starboard side. Their their blades are blue with a couple of vertical gold stripes, and they are starting to actually dominate this race just a little bit. They're trying to see if they can't get a full length on the rest of the field, but behind them, this is just unbelievable. As we approach 750, it is impossible to call a second, third, fourth, or fifth place behind Connecticut, because there are 4 boats right there, and the 5th boat, Connecticut Boat Club, right in front of us, is connected with all 4. It's lane 2 Capital, it's lane 3 Green Lake, it's lane 5 Mercer. They are all right there. CRI only a deck off of their pace, and CRI with maybe 4 seats on Connecticut Boat Club. So 5 boats connected behind this boat from Nashville, trying to go wire to wire in that beautiful, looks like white King 8 that they're rowing. They have 3/4 of a length, but they cannot seem to get a full length on the rest of the field. The rest of the field staying there and really going after them. Second place right now is Green Lake up there in lane 3. Green Lake with a couple of feet over both Capital and PNRA Mercer that are almost dead heated for 3rd place as we come through the halfway point. In 5th place is the red boat here from CRI. CRI with half a length now on Connecticut Boat Club in lane 7, right in front of us in a brand new VHP. Unbelievable race here. Still 5 boats connected ahead or behind Nashville. Nashville still out in front, but Nashville has had the same exact amount of lead for the last really 550 meters or so. It's like 3/4 of a boat length. And Green Lake appears to have a couple of feet on PNRA Mercer, and PNRA Mercer has a couple of feet on Capital. I mean, it's just unbelievable racing. And you see Capital's bow now charging ahead a little bit of Green Lake. PNRA Mercer has now moved into 2nd place by about 3 or 4 feet, and it's dead even between lanes 2 and 3 as we come through 1250. Green Lake and Capital fighting one another so hard up there in lanes 2 and 3. CRI still connected with all 4 boats ahead of them with the exception of Nashville, or 3 boats ahead of them with the exception of Nashville, and also connected with CRI continues to be Connecticut Boat Club. So 1,350 meters in, it is less of a lead now than it was. It's only about half a length, maybe just slightly more than half a length for Nashville over PNRA Mercer, and then it's Capital with 3 feet over Green Lake. I'm going to give it to you, Mark. What a race here in the B final of the Women's Youth 8.
Yes, even the B finals can be just as exciting. 2 feet separating most of these boats as you go from 1st, which is Nashville, back to 6th, which is Connecticut, all within touching distance of each other as they're roaring down the course in the B final for the women's 8s. Nashville in the lead, PNRA Mercer right behind, Capital and Green Lake dueling it out in lanes 2 and 3 with CRI and Connecticut still in touch with the leaders. But here they are within 500 meters and beginning to pour it on in the B final for the women's 8 at the 2017 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. Let them hear you roar. Nashville trying to maintain their lead, but PNRA Mercer right there dogging them a whole way. Right behind them, CRI, Green Lake, Capital, Connecticut, dueling it out, beginning to pour it on towards the finish. The sprint has begun. PNRA Mercer leaning into it, trying to catch up with Nashville. Nashville trying to kick them away. "60 meters from the finish. PNRA Mercer pouring it on. They've passed Nashville. Nashville responding, coming back. At the line. At the line by 3 seats, it's PNRA Mercer over Nashville, followed by Green Lake. Then comes Capital, CRI, and Connecticut in that order in the B final for the women's eights here at the 2017 Youth Nationals. What a race that was. Amazing work. I imagine the next one will be equally exciting. The men's 8B final. NorCal in lane 2, Greenwich in lane 3, Marin in lane 4, Everett Association in lane 5, the Atlanta Juniors in lane 6, and Rose City in lane 7. They're still in the starting blocks. They have not yet got underway, but that race, the next and final B final for this championship morning, we'll have the C final we didn't get last night, the men's 8C final, and then on to the D finals for the rest of the rowers here at the Youth Nationals. Again, rowers, parents, family members, you can meet an Olympian right now. 2008 Olympian Jen Goldsack posing for photos in the U.S. rowing tent between now and 1 o'clock. She raced in lightweight double sculls in Beijing, finished 10th overall. And we're celebrating Olympic Day, held annually in June, celebrated by millions of people in more than 160 countries, commemorating the birth of the modern Olympic Games in 1894. Here at Nathan Benderson Park, celebrating Olympic Day, the 2017 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships, and 2008 Olympian Jen Goldsack posing for photos and autographs between now and 1 in the U.S. Rowing tent. Check that out. While you're there, remember to check out the Capital U tent nearby to learn more about the process for rowing in college, and try to pick up some deals and those last-minute baubles and bangles from JL Racing, Catch and Feather, from Way Enough Stuff, Regatta Sport, South Bay Rowing, and Rubini Jewelers, all our vendors in the Vendors Village, here celebrating the 2017 Youth National Championships. And before we go too far, another shout out for our crew here, bringing you these great pictures and sounds. Thanks to Willie Black, the master of ceremonies, making sure all those pictures are pretty and the tech is working. Thanks to our camera people, Matthew Gonzalez, Brian Taylor, Brent Meyer, Dean Brown, Paul Wilkins, and David Wine, the chase car announcer, and yours truly, Mark Purcell, all thanking you for being here, and hope you're enjoying this live stream broadcast and Jumbotron depiction of the excitement of the 2017 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. Love being here. Thank you very much for allowing us to be part of your Sunday and this beautiful weekend. The B final for the men's 8, awaiting a start. Not seeing much movement up there right now. We'll bring it to you as soon as we can. We have an equipment breakage at the start, and that's why the men's 8 B final is not started yet. There's an equipment breakage, and they're taking care of it up at the start, so a minor delay while they're getting that taken care of before the men 8 B final takes off. And the B final for the men's 8 is underway.
Okay, here we go. B final of the men's youth 8. The gentleman in the bow seat of the Greenwich boat has a legendary story he will be able to tell his grandchildren of the day that he broke the oar handle on his oar at Youth Nationals. The gentleman in that bow seat of the Greenwich boat has a new oar now, and we are off. That was what the slight delay was. At 2:50, your leader are the gentlemen from Atlanta in lane 6. They're rowing in a dark blue boat with blue blades. They have only about a deck over the boat in lane 4 from Marin. Marin finished 2nd in this event last year. The best they will be able to do this year is 7th. In lane 7 is Rose City. They were also in the grand final last year from Portland. They finished 6th in the grand final last year. They're in the B final in front of us. They're sitting in 3rd place, really fighting. It's actually very close between Rose City, probably dead heated between Rose City and the boat all the way up in lane 2 from NorCal for 3rd and 4th place. In 5th place is the boat in lane 5 from Everett, from Seattle, Washington. And in 6th place and connected with still 5 boats are the gentlemen from Greenwich in lane 3. But up front, it is now a pretty commanding lead here for Atlanta Juniors. Atlanta Juniors finishing very, very close to Sarasota Crew at the Southeast Regional Championships, within a second of Sarasota Crew, who just finished 3rd in the grand final. So these gentlemen are probably relatively upset that they didn't make the grand final here at Youth Nationals, but they want to put down a time and finish 7th in the nation. They have 3/4 of a boat length now, does Atlanta Juniors, over lane 4 Marin. Marin in a white boat with red blades, has a deck on lane 5 Everett. So Everett has come up just a little bit. They have passed Rose City. Rose City is in lane 7, sitting in 4th place. Then it's a boat all the way up in lane 2 that's relatively hard to see. NorCal maybe a couple feet behind Rose City at 750. And then you've got the boat that's still connected here is Greenwich, sitting in 6th place. Almost a full length now And the coxswain really, she's bearing down on her boys. She's in a kind of a crouched position. She's really barking at them and letting them know that they are moving away from the field. Is the coxswain in the Atlanta Juniors boat. Atlanta Juniors cannot quite break an overlap here. Oh, and a big move from Marin. Huge move from Marin. Has them pushed up a little bit into Atlanta Juniors, and going right with them is Everett in lane 5. So Marin and Everett were the first two boats out in the semifinals, and they are now pacing each other, going exactly the same speed. You can see their bow cards at 1,000 meters moving in unison are Everett and Marin, but they cannot quite really make up any distance on Atlanta Juniors. The bow ball of the Everett boat that now has about a foot on Marin is right on the 7-man of Atlanta Juniors. So that's how close it is up front here. It's about a 3/4 length advantage for Atlanta Juniors over Everett. Everett with a couple of feet over Marin. Marin now with 3/4 of a length over three boats that are all dead heated. Rose City in lane 7, Greenwich in lane 3, who has come up a little bit, and NorCal in lane 2. So it's a little bit spaced out, but you got several races going on within the race. But Atlanta Juniors trying to go wire to wire. They're at 1,250 meters, 750 to go for Atlanta Juniors in lane 6. And they have 3/4 of a length advantage still on Everett. Everett just maintaining the slightest of margins, maybe 3 feet over Marin. Marin keeps trying to push into them, and every once in a while for a couple of strokes they do, and Everett counters it every single time. So close for second and third between Marin and Everett, but they're both still trailing by 3/4 of a length Atlanta Juniors. Behind Everett and Marin is the boat up there in lane 3 from Greenwich with that legendary bowman. And as I give it to you at the finish line, Mark, it is Atlanta Juniors in front of Everett, Marin, and Greenwich.
The B final for the men's 8 coming up to the beach. What a race happening here. Look at those boats right across the water. Gorgeous, gorgeous picture. 54 young athletes working their heart out, trying to win the B final for the men's 8. Atlanta Juniors in the lead, but being hotly pursued by Marin and Everett Association. Greenwich, NorCal, Rose City, neck and neck as well. Atlanta Juniors went out for a lead and have been hanging on to it. Will they keep it through these final 250 meters? Everett and Marin trying to be spoilers. Then a tight race for the other boats, NorCal, Greenwich, and Rose City. "75 yards, 75 meters away from the finish. The Atlanta coxswain continuing to berate her rowers towards the finish, glancing left and right to check on things. And at the end, in the B final for the men's 8, Atlanta in first. It's Marin in second. Greenwich maybe in third, but I don't know. Rose City coming up fast on the outside. Not sure how that worked out. Then NorCal and Greenwich in that order. Wow, what a finish there. Hard to call between Rose City and Marin there at the end. We'll have to wait and see what the refs say. But what a race in the B final for the men's 8s. Now, yesterday we came close to finishing up the C finals, but we did have one more race to go, and that's the race on the course right now. In the C final for the men's 8, more big boats coming on down the line. Row America Rye, PNRA Mercer, New Trier, Dallas United, Sammamish, and Oars all lined up and racing down the course right now. RA Rye in lane 2, PNRA Mercer lane 3, New Trier lane 4, Dallas United lane 5, Sammamish Association lane 6, and Oars in lane 7. And it looks like it is New Trier with nose out there. If I can, well, we'll see what David has to say. I'm not sure I can see that bow number right. David?
New Vespoli, nice looking boat. Above Dallas United, sitting in third place, is the boat in lane 3 from New Trier. New Trier with almost a half a length advantage on the two boats that are deadlocked for 4th and 5th place. That is Sammamish in lane 5 and PNRA Mercer in lane 2. So those are your 5 boats here in the C final of the men's Youth 8. And it's almost connected all the way through in this race. Your new leader are the gentlemen leader by a pretty considerable margin now, 4 or 5 seats, really kind of rowing away with it a little bit, are the gentlemen in lane 4 from Dallas United from Dallas, Texas. They have half a length on oars. Oars sitting here in lane 6 has only 2 feet maybe on New Trier up there in lane 3. New Trier with almost half a length on this boat in lane 5 from Sammamish, and Sammamish with a couple of feet on the boat in lane 2 from PNRA Mercer. So everyone's still in the mix at 1,000. It is a Dallas United lead. Dallas United with a bucket, it looks like, in the 7 and 6 seats on the starboard side. Oh, and here comes New Trier. New Trier obviously taking a move at 1,000 because their bow just went from in between the 5 and the 4 man of the Dallas United boat to right on the hands of the 2 man. So they got some space there, and that move was effective from New Trier. They're in a solid second place position. They have blown by Oars now. Oars sitting in 3rd place, about 4 seats ahead of the boat in lane 5, rowing in a Sarasota crew boat. A bright blue Vespoli is Sammamish, and Sammamish with a couple of feet on a beautiful boat up there being rowed in lane 2 by PNRA Mercer. It's a white Felipe. So through 1250, the red buoy line, it continues to be Dallas United, and that coxswain is looking to her left and making sure that they stay ahead of that boat from New Trier. New Trier still giving them a fit a little bit in lane 3, just above them in a King 8. New Trier now pacing Dallas United. Both boats have pushed away from the rest of the field. Oars, your early leader, is sitting in 3rd place, but they're a full length behind New Trier, and they are starting to get reeled in just a little bit by both Sammamish and the boat at the top of the race course, PNRA Mercer. I'm going to give it to you at the finish line mark. It's Dallas United in the C final of the men's Youth 8 ahead of New Trier and Oars.
The C final for the men's 8. Here they come. Right on the edge of the beach with Dallas United out in the lead, trying to maintain that lead while New Trier is on the move. But in the outside lane, the Orlando Area Rowing Society is fast moving up. Sammamish hanging in there. PNRA Mercer, Row America Rye trailing the field by about a boat length. Dallas United, though, trying to increase their lead as they enter the final stretch. Dallas United by a length, and here comes Oars, hot on the trail of New Trier. New Trier with that big move at the 1,000. Going to be hard to call, and in between them, Sammamish beginning to make their presence known as well. PNRA Mercer in the mix, but now beginning to fall back, and Row America Rye coming up fast, but dropping back. But here in the C final for the men's 8 at the 2017 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships with an open water lead, it is Dallas United with the win. A big surge from Oars. They're going to take second away from Sammamish. Sammamish and then New Trier coming across in 4th, followed by PNRA Mercer, and then Row America Rye in the final C final for this Youth National Championship. What a race there. Amazing how much these big boats can move. Doesn't take much, and it's amazing how those young athletes can get down and pull it hard. Nice row there. Now on to the D finals. There are women's singles in the D final on the course right now. In lane 2 is Josephine Grady from Accra. Lane 3, Carly Boyd from Jacksonville. Lane 4, Graciela Leon from North Palm Beach. And in lane 5, Julia Giannata from Immaculate Heart Academy. They're moving right along right now, and it does look like it is Graciela Leon from North Palm Beach with about a half a boat length lead.
33 strokes a minute as she comes through 750. I have Miss Boyd at 30 strokes a minute. So see if that comes into play. They are connected with one another through 750, and then it's about a boat length of open water back to third place, which is the single sculler from Immaculate Heart Academy in lane 5, Julia Giannotta. And Julia has almost a full length in lane 5 over the single sculler in lane 2 from ACRA, Josephine Grady. So those are your 4 boats here in the D final of the women's youth single, coming down the race course for the last time in the single competitively this year are these 4 ladies, and Miss Leone has a full length advantage now out front of Miss Boyd from Jacksonville. Miss Boyd from Jacksonville with a length and a half of open water back to now what is a very close race between Miss Grady in lane 2 and Miss Giannotta in lane 5. So a little bit of space between the top 2, back to this stroke for stroke race going on for 3rd and 4th place in lanes 2 and 5, but coming through the halfway point, it is a length advantage for Miss Leone of North Palm Beach over Miss Boyd from Jacksonville. 2 single scullers from the state of Florida that have rowed against each other quite a few times on this race course, so they know each other. We'll see if it ends up being an interesting match race in the second half. They seem to be pacing each other right now, both of them rowing relatively low stroke ratings as they come through about 1150 meters into this D final of the women's youth single. Back in 3rd place, having moved out just a little bit from the lady in lane 2, is Miss Giannotta in lane 5 from Immaculate Heart Academy. She has about a deck, maybe half a length, on the boat in lane 2 from ACRA, Miss Grady. So spacing out just a little bit, there's actually some open water up front now for the boat in lane 4, Miss Leone from North Palm Beach. And she's opened up just a slight amount of water, probably about what amounts to 3 or 4 feet of open water on the black fluid design single of Carly Boyd from Jacksonville. She has a red unisuit and white visor. She rows with red blades, does Miss Boyd of the Jacksonville Rowing Club, as they come through 1250, 750 meters left in the D final of the women's single. It's 2.5 boat lengths of open water back to now your new 3rd place, who's just made a move to take over 3rd place. Miss Grady from ACRA has put her bow just slightly ahead of Miss Giannotta from Immaculate Heart in lane 5. So as they approach 1,400 meters with the leader, your leader, Miss Leone, is about 40 meters ahead of the 4th place boat, Miss Giannotta from Immaculate Heart. So it's beginning to be a bit spaced out. We'll see if Miss Boyd can challenge, rowing at about 30 strokes a minute. We'll see if she brings it up and challenges Miss Leone in the last 500 meters. But I'll give it to you, Mark, at the finish line. It's Graciela Leone from North Palm Beach in lane 4 with a little bit of open water, 500 meters left, over Carly Boyd from Jacksonville.
Here come the D final for the women's singles. Graciela Leon from North Palm Beach continuing to lead with Carly Boyd from Jacksonville right there. And then Julia Giannotta from Immaculate Heart Academy in 3rd, with Josephine Grady from Accra in 4th on the far side of the course at this point. Not far behind is the women's pair D final, with in lane 3 will be the boat from Accra, lane 4, one from Utah, and lane 5, one from Rockland. So that's the other race that you see not that far up the course. But here coming into the finish area, the D final for the women's singles here at the Youth National Championships. So as the women's singles come by, Graciela Leon from North Palm Beach with about a boat length lead over second place Carly Boyd from Jacksonville, but Carly Boyd beginning to make a move right there and closing the gap. Third place, hard to call, between Julia Giannotta from Immaculate Heart Academy and Josephine Grady from Accra. In the meantime, calling two races at once, back to the women's pair D final that you see in the distance. It appears that the Utah boat is about a boat length ahead of the one from Rockland, and Accra in third in that race. But here at the finish, coming down in the D final for the 2017 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships, it looks like Graciela Leon from North Palm Beach is going to win the D final, with Carly Boyd from Jacksonville in second. Here comes a fight for third with Julia Giannotta from Immaculate Heart Academy and Josephine Grady from Accra. Josephine Grady, though, will get that third place spot, and then Julia Giannotta in fourth. Back up to the pairs race. The Utah boat seems to be dominating the pairs race in the D final. At least, a little bit of a hiccup there. Thought I saw a little bit of a crab happen as the boat from Utah suddenly steering a little hard to the port. Here they come, straightening back out, though, as the boat from Rockland continues to catch up with them. The boat from Accra on the far side of the course, several boat lengths behind that. In the D final for the women's pair. The D final for the women's pair coming to the finish line with the boat from Utah, stroked by Glasgow and Kelsey, coming to the line. Rockland's Welp and Deljanin coming in second, and the boat from Accra with Lynch and Croix in third place in this D final. In the meantime, you can see in the distance the men's pair final for D. Bergen Catholic in lane 2, St. Ignatius Chicago in lane 3. I've been doing still the A final lanes. Lane 1, Bergen Catholic. Lane 2, St. Ignatius Chicago. Lane 3, Fordham Prep. Lane 4, Germantown Friends. Lane 5, Accra. And lane 6, Row New York Manhattan in that race. We'll go to David for the call on the men's pair D final.
Those are your 6 boats, relatively spaced out here as they come through 1250. Your leader is at about 1,300 meters, the leader being about 70 meters ahead of the 6th place boat in lane 2. So very spaced out. The only 2 boats connected right now are lanes 1 and 5. They're connected for 3rd and 4th place. The boat in lane 1 from Bergen Catholic is sitting in 3rd place. The boat in lane 5, closer to us from ACRA, is in 4th place, but connected. So out front continues to be about a length of open water for the gentleman in lane 3 from Fordham Prep. They're rowing in a gray boat that looks like the top decks are blue. Their blades are a burgundy color, and they have almost 500 meters left to go here. I'll give it to you, Mark, at the finish line. It's Fordham Prep out in front of Germantown Friends and the gentleman from Bergen Catholic.
The D final for the men's pair on the way in the last 500 meters, with Fordham Prep in the lead by a boat length of open water in front of Germantown Friends. Then in third place, it's Bergen Catholic, and fourth belongs to Accra. Row New York Manhattan after that, and St. Ignatius Chicago in that order here in the D final for the men's pairs. .250 meters from the finish for these pairs in the D final. Young and Chewalski from Fordham Prep in the lead, pressing them though, and trying hard to press them. Germantown Friends in the next lane. Accra and Bergen Catholic also dueling it out in this D final for the men's pairs. Here they come to the line. Fordham Prep looking strong. Germantown Friends, though, giving them a run for the money, closing the gap right at the end. It is Fordham Prep in first in the D final. Germantown Friends in second. Bergen Catholic in third. Accra in fourth. Row New York Manhattan looking to try to take fifth, as St. Ignatius Chicago is in sixth in the D final here at the Youth National Championships. Up the course is the D final for the women's quads. 3 boats in that race. Oregon Unlimited in lane 3, Olympia Area in lane 4, and Minnesota in lane 5.
Half a length on the boat in lane 3 from Oregon Unlimited. So we've got 2 boats from the Northwest in lanes 3 and 4, and we have this boat from the Midwest from Minnesota Rowing Club in lane 5, and they're trying to go start to finish. They're rowing in a white boat. It's a Filippi, which is made in Italy, and their unisuits are red and white on the top, and so are their blades. They're white on the top, red on the bottom. Coming through 750, they have a full length now on Olympia Area in lane 4. Olympia Area in lane 4, also in a white boat with white blades. Their unisuits are a dark navy blue. All 4 ladies are wearing white hats, and they have red and white stripes down the side of their unisuits. They have only about a deck of an advantage over the boat in third place up there. Also appears to be rowing a Filippi. It is the boat from Oregon Unlimited. Oregon Unlimited up there, white boat, white blades as well. And their unisuits are black with a white stripe down the side. But the lead up front, Minnesota is really throwing their backs into it here and showing that they want to win this D final. They didn't come here to not win a race. And at the 1,000-meter point, they are rowing 38 strokes a minute. Really putting it down now is Minnesota. 1 length of open water through the halfway point back to Olympia Area. Olympia Area a little bit lower on the stroke rating than Minnesota. Have them at 36 strokes a minute is Olympia Area. And they have worked out a bit more of an advantage on Oregon Unlimited up there in lane 3. Oregon is rowing at a 32 stroke a minute clip. So we'll see if that comes into play. Olympia Area overstroking Oregon Unlimited. And here comes Oregon Unlimited. I think they saw the 1,000-meter sign and they made a little bit of a move. And now it's again back to about a deck and a seat for Olympia Area. So those 2 boats connected, but Minnesota pretty well out in front now. They have almost 2 boat lengths of open water in lane 5. Oh, and a crab. So here we go. This might get a little more interesting. And it was handled, very well by the 3 seat. She just kind of lost control of her right blade there for a minute, and they almost didn't lose speed, did Minnesota. They're back up to almost 2 boat lengths of open water. So that could have been something that brought the rest of the field back into them, and they were poised enough to make sure that it didn't happen. And in fact, generally what happens in those situations is that these rowers get a shot of adrenaline. That's exactly what has happened. They now have a bigger lead than they had before that little incident, and with almost 600 meters left to go, we're going to give it to you at the finish line mark. It is Minnesota pretty well out in front now. 3 boat lengths or more of open water back to really the race that's going on between Olympia area and Oregon Unlimited. They're only separated by a couple of feet.
That's what these young athletes learn. You know, it is technique. You have to keep your head in the boat. You have to keep your head together as it goes along in order to maintain your form and not catch a crab and perhaps slow down the boat. So that is Minnesota well in the lead here in the D final for the women's quads. Attention to drivers here on the venue who may have parked over here by the playground and bathrooms that you see just past the finish line. There are some cars that are parked on the bridge and on the road to the bridge that the sheriff is in the process of towing. If you parked on the bridge or on the road to the bridge over here by the playground and the bathrooms just beyond the finish area, you need to hustle over there because they're towing your cars right now. They're towing your cars if you parked on the bridge or the road to the bridge. Over past the finish line, you see on the far side that bathroom and that playground. If you parked on the bridge or the road to the bridge, the sheriff is over there and the tow truck is on the way. Meanwhile, back to the rowing. The D final for the women's quads here at the 2017 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. Minnesota with a multiple boat length open water lead as they stroke towards the finish. The bow turning to look around the corner, making sure she's going the right way, and they are doing a fine job and looking in fine form as they make their sprint. In the meantime, it's Oregon Unlimited who has just pulled past Olympia, making their sprint right now. Olympia digging in and starting their sprint and trying to catch up as they come to the line in the D final for the women's quads. Minnesota looking fine as they cross the line, winning the D final for the quads. Here comes the Oregon Unlimited with a little bit of open water between their stern and the bow of the Olympia boat, and they'll cross in second in this D final, or Olympia area in third. Once again, if you parked on the bridge or the road to the bridge near the playground, if you look beyond the quads that just passed the finish line, you see the kids swinging, that's the playground. See the white building? Them's the bathrooms. If you parked on the bridge or the road to the bridge over there, the sheriff's over there waiting on the tow truck to haul you away. So hustle and take care of that, please, and thank you. Here's the men's quad D final. Pocock in lane 2, Nereid in lane 3, Dayton in lane 4, Detroit in lane 5, and Steel City in lane 6. And everybody should sing a hearty and happy birthday to the Detroit coach, whose birthday is today, Richard Bell. Coaching for more than 50 years, the Detroit Boat Club, the oldest boat club in the United States. Everybody with a happy birthday round for Richard Bell. Happy birthday, Richard.
34 strokes a minute for Detroit. They can't quite break the overlap on that boat in lane 3 from Nereid. And Nereid is starting to get reeled in now. The big mover at the moment is the boat from Dayton. Dayton really moving in lane 4. They closed what was almost a half a length advantage for Nereid over them into a slight advantage now for Dayton. So Dayton has taken over second place. A little jockeying going on as we approach 1,000 meters. The halfway point with your leaders, Detroit in lane 5. The bowman in the Detroit boat wearing a red hat backwards, so you can pick them out. Their unisuit tops are bright blue. They have a full length, a full length advantage now over dead heat between Dayton in lane 4, Nereid in lane 3, and those two boats have about 2 seats of open water back to the boat in lane 2, sitting in 4th place from Pocock in Seattle. And Pocock has open water of almost a length back to Steel City in lane 6. So those are your 5 boats. Great race going on for second and third behind Detroit. Detroit, as I said, rowing away with this one just a little bit, at least for the first 1,200 meters, and we'll see what happens in the last 800. But they have a little bit of open water. Every time they drop in, they're taking just a little bit more distance and putting a bit more open water distance between them and this dead heat between Dayton and Nerid. Awesome race in lanes 3 and 4. They have found the same speed. They're just sitting kind of next to one another. We'll see who cracks first, and it'll probably happen in the last 500 meters. 13:50 with your leader, Detroit. And it looks like Dayton has now taken about a 2-foot lead over Nerid for second. Nerid sitting in third has about a seat of open water back to the gentleman from Pocock up in lane 2. Gentleman from Pocock rowing a dark boat. It may be a dark green boat. And they're trying to hang in there. They're trying to grab a connection with these two boats pacing each other for second and third. I'll give it to you at the finish line mark. It's Detroit. A little bit of open water back to Dayton and Nerid.
The boys in the boat, in that Detroit boat, trying to give their coach a happy birthday, trying to win this D final for the 2017 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. They're getting pressed right now as Dayton has begun to move forward and has passed, and now 3, big, powerful strokes there. Moved up 1 seat, 2 seats, now 3. They are 3 seats ahead of that boat from Nerid. Pocock trying to stick to the stern of that boat from Nerid. Over there in lane 2, Pocock hanging on, but Dayton on the move trying to overcome the boat from Detroit as they are pushing towards the finish here in the D final for the Youth Nationals this 2017. Detroit with a bobble allows Dayton to gain a little bit of water there. In the meantime, Nerid trying to pour it on and catch up as Dayton had made that move. Trailing the field is the boat from Steel City as they come into the 250 meters of red buoys here at Benderson Park, trying to make sure that they can have a good place. Dayton beginning to pour it on, gaining some ground on Detroit. Detroit putting their head back in the boat. They just pick up the pace. Here comes the sprint. It's a sprint to the end between Detroit and Dayton. Detroit still with a 4-seat lead, but Dayton trying to bite into that. Detroit, though, continuing to move forward as they come to the line. In the D final for the men's quads, it's Detroit, Dayton, then Nerid, Pocock, and finally Steel City in the men's quads. It's lightweight. It's a lightweight double that'll be on the course next for the next D final. And it looks, as I look up the course, it may be on the course right now. The women's lightweight doubles. Rye High School in lane 2, Colorado Juniors in lane 3, Conestoga lane 4, Narragansett in lane 5, and Great River in lane 6. That's the lightweight doubles on the water right now. The men's lightweight doubles will be right behind. We'll go to David for the call as they approach the 500-meter mark in this D final for the lightweight doubles for the ladies. Oh no, a crab for Rye High School. They were out and looking good.
Okay, we're coming through 500 meters with your leader in the women's lightweight youth double. This is a D final. It is lane 6, Great River, out in front. I have them at 38 strokes a minute, so these ladies are laying it down here in the D final. Black boat with red piping, white blades. They have almost a length of open water back to the ladies in lane 4 from Colorado Juniors. Colorado Juniors trying to break the overlap on the boat all the way up in lane 2 from Rye High School. Sutherland and Breen from Rye High School sitting in third place by maybe a foot over the ladies in lane 3 from, lane 3 is Colorado Juniors, lane 4 is Conestoga. So Conestoga, Green and Bertolotti, they are actually in second place. So So let me correct myself. And they have about a half a length over dead heated lanes 2 and 3, Rye High School and Colorado Juniors. And then you've got connected with Rye High School and Colorado Juniors, the boat in lane 5 from Narragansett in Rhode Island. Through 750 with your leader, they continue to kind of dominate this race just a little bit, about 10 meters ahead of the second place boat of open water are the ladies from Great River. And the second place boat there from Conestoga, the ladies Green and Bertolotti, are starting to get a challenge here. It's now dead even. 2 boats in lanes 3 and 4, both red boats, and in fact lane 3 has just taken the advantage. Those are the ladies from Colorado Juniors, Maitland and Struger. They have 2 feet now on Conestoga. Conestoga with a full length on the boat in lane 2, Sutherland and Breen from Rye High School, and Sutherland and Breen have about 3 feet on the ladies from Narragansett in lane 5, Miss Dolan and Miss DeShaw. But your leader at the halfway point is going to be the boat in lane 6 from Great River, Miss Newman and Miss McGuire. Like I said, wanting to go start to finish. The front and back of their unisuits are red. The sides are a bright, brilliant blue. And they have black visors on, do these 2 ladies from Great River. They are past the halfway point, trying to go all the way and finish first in this D final. In second place is Colorado Juniors up there in a red boat in lane 3. Their blades are a dark color, looks like a dark gray. They are rowing in unisuits that are white, gold, and black. They're wearing white visors. They have almost a full length, so they're starting to pull away a little bit from Conestoga in lane 4. Conestoga ladies also in a bright red boat. Their blades are maroon on the top, gray on the bottom, a triangle of gray kind of in the bottom end of their blades, and they have a full length over the boat up in lane 2. Those are the ladies from Rye High School with that distinctive G on the blades. They're rowing in a white boat, and they have 3/4 of a length over Narragansett in lane 5. The Narragansett ladies rowing in a silver boat with white blades. We're at the red buoy line at 1250 with your leaders. Continues to be the ladies from Great River. 750 meters to go to lead this thing start to finish. They're starting to get a push now, though, from the ladies from Colorado Juniors. So I think it's a mixture of Colorado finding a little bit more speed through this third 500, and the ladies from Great River having put a lot of energy into being out front as far as they were for a while. It's getting a little bit closer here for first and second in this D final. The third place boat continues to be Conestoga in lane 4, and it's spacing out. So it's half a length of open water between Great River and Colorado Juniors. Colorado Juniors with a full length of open water back to Conestoga, and then Conestoga has a couple seats of open water back to a great race, very close between Rye High School and Narragansett. I'm going to give it to you, Mark, at the finish line. Great River trying to hang on to this D final of the women's lightweight youth double, holding off Colorado Juniors and Conestoga.
A great picture from our drone showing the separation and the race at the back of the pack here in the D final for the doubles, lightweight doubles. The boat from Great River doing a fine job, stroking forward, but boy, there is some ground being made up from them Colorado Juniors as they have begun to reach out and almost touch the leading boat from Great River. In the meantime, again, Conestoga in third, and a fight, as you saw early in that drone shot, between Rye High School and Narragansett. It's the D final for the lightweight doubles here at Nathan Benderson Park, the 2017 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. Glad to have you along, glad to be here, and hope you have enjoyed southern hospitality of all the folks in Sarasota, Florida. A reminder to please pick up all your trash as you clean up your team tent and leave this venue as pretty as it was when we showed up. Well, of course, minus the muddy footprints and muddy tire tracks as it goes along. Here comes the race for the D final in the lightweight doubles. Great River had been leading most of the race, now getting a challenge from the juniors, the Colorado Juniors there. It's going to be a tight race, and it looks like that race for fourth that was at the back of the pack between Rye High School and Narragansett has now moved up into Conestoga territory too. Coming down, it looks like Great River may have relinquished that lead to the Colorado Juniors, but we'll wait as they come down to the wire. Indeed, the Colorado Juniors have pressed ahead, and now Great River is trailing. Here comes the Conestoga boat in third with a fight for fourth. Actually, the fight for fourth, Narragansett now has that fourth spot with the Rye High School in fifth. But at the line in the D final for the women's lightweight doubles, it is the boat from the Colorado Juniors crossing a boat length and a half ahead of the boat from Great Rivers that had led most of the way. In third place, it's going to be the boat from Conestoga, followed closely by Narragansett and then Rye High School here in the lightweight doubles at the Youth National Championships. Four boats in the next race for the lightweight doubles for the men. The D final has Steel City in lane 2, Conestoga in lane 3, Norwalk River in lane 4, and the Colorado Juniors in lane 5. So let's see how they're doing up the course with David Wyan.
Couple seats as we caught up to them. They now have a full length, so a little move put on there by Conestoga to get some more breathing room out in front of this D final of the men's lightweight youth double. In second place is Norwalk River in lane 4. Norwalk River with white boat, also white blades, but the end that is on their blades is red and blue. They have 2 seats of open water back to the boat in lane 5 from Colorado Juniors. Colorado Juniors with a couple of lengths open water back to 4th place, which are the gentlemen from Steel City up in lane 2. So this one is very spaced out through 1,000. There is open water between each one of these boats as they come down the race course. Conestoga trying to win this D final, and behind them a nice race going on here. The closest 2 boats are the boats behind Conestoga. It's the boat from Norwalk River in lane 4 and Colorado Juniors in lane 5. That said, there are a couple of seats of open water separating those 2 boats, and as you see in the picture, it really is almost perfectly staggered between Conestoga in 1st place, Norwalk River in 2nd place, and Colorado Juniors here in 3rd place. Colorado Juniors gentlemen rowing in a white boat. The stroke seat has bright gold blades. It looks like the bow seat has black blades, and those are also the colors of Colorado Juniors, with their unisuit tops showing some white as well. Coming through 1250 with your leader continues to be Conestoga. Like I said, trying to go start to finish. Their rating is pretty high. They really want to win this D final, 35 strokes a minute. Norwalk River dropping in at about 32 strokes a minute. And then I've got Colorado Juniors here in 3rd place at 30 strokes a minute. Behind Colorado Juniors, a few boat lengths off the pace here, are the gentlemen in lane 2 from Steel City as they come through 1250. But your leaders are pushing 1,400 meters in front of them, and that is Conestoga. We will give this one to the drone and mark you at the finish line. It is Conestoga with a little bit of open water, although it's getting closer. Norwalk River putting on a push there in 2nd place. 3rd place is Colorado Juniors.
The men's lightweight doubles, the D final, on the way towards the finish area. Less than 500 meters for the leaders to the end, and boy, the leaders are facing a challenge right now. Conestoga has been doing fine, but here comes Norwalk River, and they are walking on up in this lightweight double. In the meantime, I see the Colorado Juniors begin to kick up the pace as well, but Norwalk River has walked up on Conestoga and is just a seat behind or so. It looks like the boat from Conestoga is trying to respond as they come across the beach, and they are digging deep to try to stay ahead, but Norwalk River is on the march, walking right down and up to Conestoga as they hit 2:50 to go. They have about a deck length advantage, Conestoga does, over Norwalk River, but Norwalk River's closing that gap. Meanwhile, the Colorado Juniors are beginning to slip a little further back as those two boats in the front are working hard, trailing the field. The Steel City boat working to catch up as this lightweight double race comes down to the finish. Conestoga towards the end, the rowers glancing over and sighting each other as they stroke towards the finish. It is Norwalk River walking past Conestoga right now. Norwalk River with a strong push at the end. Norwalk River almost a boat length ahead now of the boat from Conestoga that had been leading as they cross the line. Norwalk River wins the D final for the men's lightweight doubles. Conestoga in second. Here come the Colorado Juniors looking for a third place finish in this D final. And then it's Steel City in fourth for the D final for the men's lightweight doubles. Meanwhile, further up the track, the women's lightweight eights are on the road to the final, D final. It's Mile High in lane 1, Atlanta Juniors lane 2, Dallas United in lane 3, Bainbridge Island in lane 4, Oars, the Orlando Area Rowing Society in lane 5, and Williamsburg in lane 6.
All right, we're at almost 700 meters with a very spaced out women's youth lightweight 8D final. Your leader is the boat in lane 4 from Bainbridge Island. Let's see if we get a stroke rating on them. They have almost a full length. They're rowing 34 strokes a minute is Bainbridge Island. The second place boat is a boat from Dallas United. Just above them in lane 3, Dallas United with about 5 or 6 feet over Oars in lane 5. As they come through 750, Orlando Area Rowing Society in lane 5 here. Very familiar with this race course in a black Vespoli 8 with white blades, orange jerseys. In the fourth place is the boat up in lane 2. That is a boat from Atlanta Juniors. It's a maroon boat with, it looks like navy blue blades. And then behind them, it's really too close to call. I guess I'll give it to the boat in lane 6 in front of us, but it's only by a couple of feet. The ladies from Williamsburg, Virginia. And they have about a deck over the ladies in lane 1 from Mile High in Colorado. So out front, and as we approach 1,000 meters, it is Bainbridge Island, and they have a little bit of open water now ahead of the Dallas United and Oars boats. And it's, yes, it's about a half a length of open water for Bainbridge Island as we catch up just a little bit. And it's very good race going on between Oars and the ladies from Dallas United. Dallas United with about a seat on Oars. They're in lanes 3 and 5. So Dallas United just a couple of feet ahead of Oars, and the coxswains are looking back and forth. It actually looks like the coxswain in the Oars boat may have a GoPro excuse me, on her head. She's trying to get a shot for her girls of what it was like to be at 2017 Youth Nationals. Excuse me. And Oars now with a deck advantage on Dallas United. So Oars made a move there, about a 10-stroke move, and got themselves second place. And they're starting to reel in Bainbridge Island just a little bit as we approach 1250. Are both of these boats, Oars and Dallas United, behind Bainbridge Island. Bainbridge Island in a white pocock. Excuse me, their blades are white, their hats are white, their jerseys are white, and they're at 1,300 meters. Oars with about 10 feet now on the boat up in lane 3 from Dallas United. Dallas United with about a half a length of open water back to Atlanta Juniors in lane 2, and Atlanta Juniors has a little bit of open water in a relatively spaced out race here back to looks like Williamsburg in lane 6 is sitting in 5th place, and then the ladies in lane 1 from Mile High are in 6th place. So as they approach 600 meters to go, I'm going to give it to you, your leaders, Mark. Out in front is Bainbridge Island. In second place is Orlando Area Rowing Society, and in third place is Dallas United.
Bainbridge Island looking good, but they're giving up a little bit of ground to that boat from oars as they head down the course. The boat from oars sticking to their stern, and sticking to the stern of the oars boat is Dallas United as they come down the course in the lightweight eights. The ladies lightweight eights in the D final here in Sarasota. Of course, a lot of the big moves come in the final portion of the race, and we'll see what some of these crews may have in store for their competitors. Bainbridge Island continuing to move forward and towards the finish, but it looks like Oars is wanting to make their move and picking up the pace. Dallas United not being left behind, though. The Atlanta Juniors battling with Williamsburg. Mile High, the only boat, the boat on the far side, lagging slightly behind. But here comes Bainbridge Island, and with Oars chasing them down in the final 250. Bainbridge Island. Their coxswain gesturing to the right, pointing out that Dallas United's that oars are right there on their tail. Bainbridge digs deep, and here comes Bainbridge Island in the women's lightweight 8 D final. Stroking across the line with the win in the D final. Here comes Oars in second place. Dallas United just 8 seats behind in third. Little bit of open water back to the boat from the Atlanta Juniors in fourth place in the D final. And here comes the Williamsburg boat outstroking Mile High at the end. They will be in fifth with Mile High in sixth in the D final for the women's lightweight eights. Still have time to celebrate Olympic Day here at Nathan Benderson Park, held in conjunction with the U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. All are welcome to meet and greet 2008 Olympian Jen Goldsack. You can pose for photos, get some autographs at the U.S. Rowing tent between now and 1. Jen raced in the lightweight double sculls in Beijing and finished 10th overall. Olympic Day, held annually in June, is celebrated by millions of people here in more than 160 countries, commemorating the birth of the modern Olympic Games back in 1894. The Olympic Day pillars: move, learn, and discover, promoted in every corner of the globe. So move, learn, and discover, and go meet Jen Goldsack over in the U.S. Rowing tent. Meanwhile, the men's lightweight 4 D final on the water right now, and it's a neck-and-neck race between Sarasota and River City. David Wyant with the call.
Really great to get them a race at Youth Nationals. They got to go down the race course in the time trial, and now they're sitting a deck up on River City here as we come through 750 in the D final. I'm sure it's the same with River City. It's great to qualify boats and bring them to nationals, especially with the young athletes, hoping that they move up in the program and get to a point where they're, you know, in the C final, B final, and then A final as they start to graduate. So here we go with Sarasota Crew out in front. They have about a deck and a seat, so it's about a 10-foot lead for Sarasota Crew over River City. River City in lane 4 in a white boat with blue blades. There are 2 diagonal white stripes on their blades. Their unisuits are blue and gray, maybe a little black on the shorts. And they are half a length down now on Sarasota Crew. Sarasota Crew up there in lane 3 is, excuse me, in a white boat. And they have their white blades of Sarasota Crew with the blue S. And their unisuits also white on the top, navy blue on the bottom with the big blue S on the chest. Coming through 1,000, you can see in the picture they have a half a length advantage on the gentleman from River City closer to us. And it looks like at the halfway point, Sarasota Crew with a little move, they got maybe another seat. But in a dual race, it's much easier for the coxswains. They don't really have to look They only have to look one way, and they only have to worry about one other boat. So nobody can really come out of the blue and get into the mix. So the River City coxswain has this advantage of just being able to look over and realize what the speed of the River City boat is in relation to the Sarasota Crew boat. And right now it's a 3/4 length advantage for Sarasota Crew. They're taking about an inch a stroke at this point over River City as we approach 12:50 in the D final of the men's lightweight Youth 4. And here comes River City moving back just a little bit. So it was almost to the point where the bow ball on the River City boat was only in the stern deck of the Sarasota Crew boat. They pushed it back, and now Sarasota Crew is pushing back out. And the bow ball of the River City boat is struggling to stay connected to Sarasota Crew. It's a full length advantage now for Sarasota Crew in this D final of the lightweight 4 over River City. But both of these boats putting out maximum effort. You can see it in the puddles. These gentlemen are going after it, and they're staying with one another, which is great, all the way down the race course. So, as I hand it off to you, Mark, at the finish line, it is Sarasota Crew with a full-length advantage as they are about 10 or 12 strokes from 500 to go over River City. This is a D final of the men's lightweight Youth 4.
And it may be the D final, but these men are still doing their best to win. And it looks like River City has begun to catch up with the boat from Sarasota. Now in touch with it. Now their bow ball right at the stroke for the Sarasota boat. But Sarasota responds in kind and begins to pull back away from the River City boat as they come in front of the beach in the D final for the men's lightweight 4s. The women's lightweight 4s will be following this race, and then the final D finals for the regatta, the women's 8s and the men's 8s. River City battling back against Sarasota, back in touch, and again their bow ball even with the stroke from Sarasota. But Sarasota again beginning to pull hard to get in front of them. Sensing that the end is near, they're buckling down and beginning to fly. Sarasota, hometown team, trying to win the D final here in the men's lightweight 4s at the 2017 USRowing Youth National Championships. Sarasota, 40 meters from the end, continuing to keep their heads in the boat, keep their oars down, and away they go. And there we go, the D final for the men's lightweight 4s. Sarasota in first, River City in second. The ladies in lightweight 4s in the D final. Further up the course, Mount St. Joseph in lane 2, Newport in lane 3, Capital City in lane 4, and Parati in lane 5. Lightweight 4s for the ladies in the D final, and then the D finals for the 8s coming up. 5 in the women's D final and 6 in the men's D final. Again, the women's lightweight 4 D final, Mount St. Joseph in lane 2, Newport lane 3, Capital City in lane 4, and Parati in lane 5. Heading towards the 500-meter mark.
Right,
we'll hand it over to David.
With the last fourth race of the 2017 USRowing Youth Nationals. It is the lightweight women's Youth 4. Your leader is Capital City. They're in lane 4. They're from Tallahassee, Florida, so they're the capital city of Florida. In second place is that beautiful purple boat up there from Mount St. Joseph in lane 2. Mount St. Joseph with about a half a length on the third place boat who's connected with them. In lane 5 is Parati from Texas. And then in lane 3, also connected with both Mount St. Joseph and Parati, is the fourth place boat at the moment, Newport. So, Newport having 2 entries in this race, and one of them was in the grand final, and one of them is in the D final here. But out front, Capital City has a full length of open water. The ladies from Tallahassee rowing in a boat that has a port bucket. The stroke lady and the bow lady are both on our starboard side here, closer to the wave attenuator. They're rowing with their black blades. Their unisuits are white and red with black bottoms. Trying to get a stroke rating on them. They are definitely going after it here. The stroke lady really trying to push the pace. They're at 36 strokes a minute, and behind them it's gotten a lot closer between these three boats. Up in lane 2, it's Mount St. Joseph, and Mount St. Joseph only has a couple of feet on lane 5, Parati, and Parati then has about 4 or 5 feet on the ladies from Newport. So those are the three connected boats behind and trailing a boat from Capital City in Tallahassee that has a length of open water, about a 10-meter advantage on these other boats. Look at this race going on here. Mount St. Joseph maybe a foot over the ladies from Parati, and the ladies from Parati maybe 2 feet on the women from Newport up there in lane 3. And it's just back and forth. It's everybody's taking little moves here. At 1,000 meters, it's actually going to be Parati now. Oh, and there was a little bit of a digger, it looked like, in the Mount St. Joseph boat up there that lost them a little bit of ground, lost them a couple seats. It's Parati now with about 2 feet over Newport, and Newport with a big move there at 1,000 now has a couple, almost half a length on the ladies from Mount St. Joseph. So Mount St. Joseph through 900 meters was sitting in second place. They have now dropped to 4th. So we'll see how they respond, those ladies in their purple boat up there from New Jersey. Out in front is this boat from Capital City. Capital City almost a length and a half of open water now in lane 4 as they approach 1250. Behind them, it is dead heated now between Newport in lane 3 and the ladies from Parati in lane 5 from outside of Houston right in front of us. And still connected is that boat from Mount St. Joseph. Not giving up here. Certainly no give in that boat. They're trying to catch up. Interestingly, the inside of the blades of the Mount St. Joseph blades are purple, and the backside, which you would see as a spectator as they come down the race course, are gold. Out in front continues to be Capital City. They're in that driver's seat. I'm not seeing as much of a rating push from the stroke seat, so through this third 500 she may have calmed down just a bit, trying to give herself a little energy for the last 500, trying to win this D final of the women's lightweight Youth 4. Your new second place boat is a boat from Newport in lane 3. They have 3 or 4 feet now over Parati in lane 5, and Parati in lane 5 has a full length on Mount St. Joseph up there in lane 2. I'm going to give it to you at the finish line mark. It is Capital City from Tallahassee out in front, Newport and Parati connected and very close for second and third.
Just 3 races to go, and again, a reminder as you're cleaning up your Team 10, please pick up your trash and make sure it's properly disposed of so that we can leave this beautiful park as pretty as it was when we came in here. A lot of beautiful sights have been seen during the Youth National Championships here at Nathan Benderson Park in Sarasota, Florida. Thank you for being here, and if you're at home and watching on the interwebs, thank you very much for watching the live streaming of the 2017 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. Some beautiful pictures from our drone on this Sunday morning, now Sunday afternoon, as we're watching the D final for the women's lightweight fours. Capital City from Tallahassee looking good. Quite a battle going on between Newport and Parati. Neck and neck, bow ball to bow ball as they go down the course and into the final 250 meters. Mount St. Joseph in 4th right now, trailing the field, but out front and holding on tight. The group from Capital City. Still a boat length in front. Here comes a move from Parati. Parati trying to pull ahead of the boat from Newport. Mount St. Joseph trying to hang in there as well in this D final for the lightweight fours. The ladies continue their slow and steady stroke towards the finish, heading towards the finish line with Capital still in the lead. Capital City working hard and trying to maintain their composure in these final meters of the D final for the women's lightweight fours. It will be Capital City with the win in the D final. It looks like right now Newport has taken an advantage over the boat from Parati. So it's second place to Newport with Parati in third, and then crossing the line, Mount St. Joseph will be the fourth place boat in this D final for the lightweight fours. And you can look down the course and see another one coming. 2 to go here at the 2017 Youth Nationals. It's a women's 8D final. Three Rivers in lane 2, Pocock in lane 3, Atlanta Juniors in lane 4, Annapolis Juniors in lane 5, Dallas United in lane 6. Though from what I can see, it appears that Annapolis Juniors are not in this race. So 4 boats in this women's D final here. And what a sight it is to see these big eights flying down the course here at Nathan Benderson Park. Pretty, pretty, pretty. So here they come, and back to David in the chase car for the call.
And a bright gold boat. They're trying to get into Three Rivers, but Three Rivers has actually moved out on them a little bit. Three Rivers hanging a hook onto that Pocock boat and trying to stay with them up there. Three Rivers in a white boat as well as the Pocock boat. Three Rivers with red blades up there in lane 2, Pocock in lane 3 a little closer to us. They have big gold V's, the Pocock logo on their blades, and they are at 1,000 meters, 1 length down on Atlanta Juniors. Atlanta Juniors trying to go start to finish, win the D final here. This Southeast team from Atlanta, also very color coordinated. Interesting unisuits, white on the top, a little red in the middle, and navy blue on the bottom. And they're doing a nice job. They're rowing relatively high. They are definitely leaving it out on the water here as their last race of the spring season. And in fact, it's pretty high, 38 strokes a minute. So they are really leaving it here in Sarasota, are the Atlanta Juniors. They have a seat of open water now on Pocock. Pocock with a full length on Three Rivers, and Three Rivers with a full length on Dallas United. So it's very spaced out. It's 4 boat lengths from your leader back to the trailing boat, Dallas United. At 12:50, it is Atlanta coming through that red buoy line. They know they have 750 meters left in their U.S. Rowing Youth National Championship here in the D final. The coxswain sneaking a peek to her left at that Pocock bow. She's saying, "Give me open water," to her crew, and they have maybe about a seat of open water. Pocock trying to go with them. Pocock coxswain wearing a really bright green shirt is kind of bobbing up and down, probably vigorously telling her ladies that they're still in it here, that they could still track down Atlanta Juniors in the last 500. I'm going to give it to you at the finish line mark. Last women's race of the 2017 Youth National Championships. It's the D final of the women's Youth 8. Atlanta out in front of Pocock, Three Rivers, and Dallas United.
Bow to stern, 1, 2, 3 here. The Atlanta Juniors just ahead of Pocock, just ahead of Three Rivers, just ahead of Dallas United as they roar down the course in the D final for the women's 8s. The Atlanta Juniors looking good. These young athletes learning and practicing teamwork, dedication, determination. Great sport, the sport of rowing. Doesn't get much better than this. Indeed, you can see the Pocock coxswain exhorting her crew as they come on down. Same with the Dallas United coxswain, and one's from Atlanta, and Pocock is, Three Rivers as well. A lot happening in that boat. And here, after more than 1,500 meters, feeling the grit, needing to feel the grit and determination to finish the race. So as they come down, Pocock on the move, beginning to make a move on Atlanta. Will they have enough water to catch up? Mighty close here. Mighty close to the finish line. The Atlanta Juniors, 40 meters away from a win in the D final for the women's 8s. At the Youth National Championships. They come to the line in 20 meters, 10 meters. Boom, the Atlanta boat wins the D final. Second place to Pocock. Third place to Three Rivers as they glance across the course and see Dallas United roaring up on their stern. That's how they end in the women's D final, the women's 8 D final. One last race. Again, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and a shout out to our video and audio crew here: David Wyant, Dean Brown, Brent Meyer, Paul Wilkins, Brian Taylor, Matthew Gonzalez, and Willie Black, handling the procedures at the Youth Nationals. The last race on the course right now, the men's 8s in the D final. Chicago in lane 1, Chaminade in lane 2, Westerville in lane 3, Fordham Prep in lane 4, Jesuit College Prep of Dallas lane 5, and Mountain Lakes in lane 6.
Their advantage is not very much. It's a couple of feet over Westerville in lane 3. Westerville also with only a couple of feet over Chaminade in lane 2. Chaminade pretty easy to pick out from the crowd here because they have a bright gold boat with red top decks, and same with their uni suits, so they kind of stand out up there in lane 2. And now it's Westerville really putting a move on here to try to catch up to Dallas United, and at 750 it's going to be really bow for bow between those two boats. Dallas United in lane 5, Westerville in lane 3. Chaminade still sitting in third place up there at 750. Chaminade's advantage over the other boats in the race is about a half a length. It looks like in the mix is the boat all the way up at the top of the race course, Chicago. Chicago is right there with the boat in lane 4 from Fordham Prep, as well as the boat right in front of us from Mountain Lakes. Mountain Lakes and Fordham Prep. Mountain Lakes, Fordham Prep, and Chicago are almost all dead heated behind Chaminade. So awesome race here in the D final. What a race to end our day and our championships with. As we approach 1,000 meters, it still is Dallas United with a slight advantage. It's about 2 seats over Westerville. Westerville up there in lane 3. You can pick them out because their blades are checkered. It's a navy blue and white checker, same as their uni suits as they come through 1,000. It is Westerville down a seat on Dallas United. Dallas United with that seat advantage for first place here in the D final. It still is Chaminade in third place up there in that gold boat. It looks like your fourth place crew is the crew all the way up in lane 1 from Chicago, but they only have maybe a seat on the 2 crews in front of us in lanes 4 and 6. It looks like Mountain Lakes with a couple of seats maybe here on Fordham Prep in lane 4. So only about 3 boat lengths separating all 6 of the boats here in the D final. Very competitive racing in this D final. And these 2 boats that have been out in front pretty much the whole time are neck and neck. It is still only a seat advantage at 1250 for Dallas United over Westerville. Westerville a little bit lower stroke rating than Dallas United, so we'll see if that comes into play. Westerville is letting the boat move under them a little bit more than Dallas United is. So that may be a factor in the last 500. Connected with those 2 boats, the only boat connected is Chaminade in that gold boat up there from New York. And as we approach 1400, where I will make my last handoff of the 2017 championships, it is almost dead heated up front. Dallas United and Westerville over Chaminade, Mountain Lakes. It looks like Chicago, and then Fordham Prep. Give it to you, Mark.
Pretty sight. The last time you'll see such a nice sight during the Youth Nationals as the D final for the men's 8 come down the course. What a race shaping up in the front with Westerville and the Jesuit College Prep of Dallas. Neck and neck, Fordham Prep, Chaminade, Mountain Lake, Chicago, all in that pretty sight as these 6 boats come down in the D final. One last time to scream and yell for your crewmates. Rattle that there cowbell. The battle continues between Westerville and Jesuit College Prep of Dallas. Bow ball to bow ball. In third place and coming up fast on the outside, Chaminade in lane 2. Chicago sticking to Chaminade. Meanwhile, neck and neck between Fordham Prep and Mountain Lakes. But out front, what a fight between Westerville and Jesuit College Prep of Dallas. Coming down to the finish, 200 meters from the finish, 100 meters from the finish. It does look like Westerville's beginning to pour it on, pulling out in front of Dallas, indeed, Westerville digging in and digging tight. Westerville coming down to the finish line for the finish of the D final here at the 2017 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. Westerville winning the D final. Jesuit College Prep of Dallas coming in second. It's a big push from Chaminade. They're coming in third. Fourth, rushing into the outside, Mountain Lakes and Chicago neck and neck for that fourth position. And then it comes Fordham Prep. What a final race in the 2017 Youth National Championships. A great race. Thank you all for being here. Congratulations to all the rowers for competing here in this championship regatta. And thank you for being here at Nathan Benderson Park in beautiful Sarasota, Florida. Safe travels home to all, and best of luck next time in your regatta endeavors.